Chapter 2672 2672 Opportunity 2672 Opportunity. It had been 10 days since the 9 firmament meet. During this period of time, the news of desolate martial of the fiend domain causing a ruckus at the 9 firmament meet spread through the heavenly world and caused a huge commotion. Almost everyone in the heavenly world knew that a new fiend had been born in the fiend domain. At the 9 firmament meet, he suppressed the immortal kings of the 2 domains and even alarmed the emperor experts of the 2 domains. This matter had even spread to the heavenly world, and the living beings and experts of the other worlds had heard of it. The news of the 9 firmament meet spread continuously in the heavenly world and attracted countless discussions. No one knew that the instigator of this matter, desolate marshal of the fiend domain, had already fallen into the hell world and was completely isolated from the medium kiliacosm. As for the green lotus true body, he cultivated in seclusion in the battle kingdom of the green firmament immortal domain in search of an opportunity to break through. At the 9 firmament meet, Suzimo made use of the builder tree, and the green lotus true body had already absorbed enough energy essence to support him in condensing his Tao fruit and advancing to the perfected one realm. However, it was far more difficult for him to become a perfected immortal than other cultivators and living beings. That was because the green lotus true body had cultivated many completely different dharmic Taos. Furthermore, the power of every dharmic Tao was extremely strong. Almost all of them were comprehended after cultivating taboo mystic classics and could not be assimilated and devoured by other dharmic Taos. As the human monarch and immortal Queen Linglong had said, if not for the fact that he was the creation green lotus, his body and essence spirit would not have been able to contain so many dharmic Taos and would have exploded long ago. Due to the creation green lotus, be it the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, or demon Taos, they were all his creations and opportunities. Before reaching the perfected one realm, he did not encounter much trouble. However, if he wanted to advance to the perfected one realm, he had to condense a Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was condensed from the essence and profoundness of one's dharmic Tao and could be said to be the culmination of his skills. However, the 4 different dharmic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos would face immense repulsion and conflict once he attempted to condense a Tao fruit. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Suzimo needed an opportunity. If it was before this, it would be difficult for him to obtain this opportunity in a short period of time. He might not be able to take that step even in 10 years or 100,000 years, let alone 10 days. However, immortal Queen Linglong's guidance and translation of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was too helpful to him. Given his current cultivation, he could not comprehend his own dharmic Tao from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Even so, he had obtained many insights from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra for the past 10 days. All things in the world possessed the dharmic Tao of Yin and Yang. There were equivalent embodiments of everything. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, day and night, cold and heat, motion and stillness, opening and closing, life and death. Yin and Yang was the Tao of heaven and earth and the outline of all living beings. It was the beginning of life and death where the gods took residence. If he wanted to condense the dharmic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos into a Tao fruit, he had to supplement it with the Tao of Yin and Yang and fuse the 2 opposing powers into a single unity. In the cave abode, Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. The 2 nether illumination stones seemed to have transformed into Yin and Yang as they flashed through his eyes. Suzimo floated down from his seat. At the entrance of the cave abode, Lin Luo woke up from her cultivation when she heard the commotion inside and stood up. For the past few days, she had been protecting Suzimo here. If Suzimo had any instructions, she could help at any time. How's everything? Lin Luo looked at Suzimo with a hint of anticipation. The 2 of them had the same cultivation realm. However, She had yet to find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely nodded. Lin Luo was smart and instantly understood what Su Zimo meant. Her eyes lit up. "I'll inform Mother right away." She pushed open the cave abode and was about to send a message when Lin Zhan's figure suddenly appeared, not far away. "Luo'er, what's wrong?" For the past few days, Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Zhan did not go far either. He presided over the vicinity while Su Zimo cultivated. Su Zimo bowed to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's face was clearly much rosier than 10 days ago. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was indeed a strange book. In just 10 days, it had a considerable effect on Lin Zhan's injuries. Of course, after all, the time was too short. Lin Zhan's injuries had yet to recover, and he was not at his past peak. Before Lin Luo could speak, Lin Zhan swept his gaze across Su Zimo and sensed the immense energy that was about to spew out from his body. This was a sign that he was about to break through. "Good, good, good." Lin Zhan nodded repeatedly. Linglong has been setting up an immortal formation for the past few days to block the detection of auras. Follow me. Lin Zhan tore through the void with Su Zimo and Lin Luo and descended into a valley. This is the territory of the Battle Kingdom and is uninhabited within a radius of 500 kilometers. Lin Zhan explained, "With the help of the immortal formation and Linglong casting dermic arts to help you conceal the heavenly secrets, you will be able to undergo tribulation transcendence here without attracting the attention of anyone. It'll help you hide from the world. Thank you, seniors." Su Zimo bowed in thanks. This was of utmost importance to him. The tussle between him and the mastermind had long begun. Prior to this, he was passive in every aspect and was in the open. In fact, he did not even know who was manipulating his fate. But now, with the help of the human monarch and immortal Queen Linglong, he could take the initiative in this tussle. Right then, immortal Queen Linglong sensed the commotion and approached as well. Lin Lei followed behind her. Both of them looked pale and their auras were weak. In order to set up this immortal formation for 10 days, immortal Queen Linglong and Lin Lei clearly expended a lot of energy. Su Zimo was grateful and thanked her once more. He looked at Lin Lei and cupped his fists as well. "Brother Lin, thank you." Lin Lei nodded and said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. If not for the Sriracha fruit and 9 revolutions, Yang reversion pill, you gave my younger sister back then, I wouldn't have bothered to help you." Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. Immortal Queen Linglong frowned slightly and shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, "Child, if you knew that you and Luo'er were saved by him in Langfeng City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain back then, I wonder how ashamed you would be now." This matter involved Su Zimo's secret, and immortal Queen Linglong could not explain it. She could only roll her eyes at Lin Lei. Immortal Queen Linglong turned to look at Su Zimo and said gently, "Zimo, this immortal formation has already been set up. Just focus on tribulation transcendence here, and don't have any reservations. What you have to do is deal with the perfected one heavenly tribulation properly and not be careless." Lin Zhan also reminded, "The perfected one heavenly tribulation is no small matter, especially from the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation onwards. It will produce a qualitative increase, and its power will increase exponentially. You have to be careful." Lin Zhan glared at Lin Lei again. Back then, when Lair underwent the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he was almost struck to death by the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At the mention of this, Lin Lei's face flushed red. Lin Lei could not stand being scolded by his father in front of others, and did not dare to retort. He could only mutter softly, "Let's talk about it if he even attracts the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation." Generally speaking, the stronger one's talent and potential were, the more terrifying the perfected one heavenly tribulation would be. Thunder Monarch Feng Cantillon and Human Monarch Lin Zhan had once attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei and immortal Queen Ling Long both received the baptism of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the past. Those that could attract the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation were already rare paragons. Chapter 2673. 2673 Perfected 1 Heavenly Tribulation. 2673 Perfected 1 Heavenly Tribulation. The two of you can go back. Immortal Queen Ling Long glanced at Lin Lei and Lin Luo and suddenly said, Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence. This time round was no small matter. During the process of resisting the heavenly tribulation, the bloodline of the creation green lotus would definitely be exposed. Of course, immortal Queen Ling Long believed in her 2 children. However, this matter concerned Su Zimo's life and safety. The fewer people who knew, the better. Lin Lei did not say anything. He was not interested in Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence to begin with. A look of disappointment flashed through Lin Luo's eyes. She had also cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, but she did not sense the opportunity to break through. To her, Su Zimo's perfected 1 heavenly tribulation was not only a rare experience, it might also allow her to gain some insights and find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo's expression changed. Sensing the change in Lin Luo's emotions, he could not help but smile. Seniors, let them stay here and watch. Well, immortal Queen Ling Long was a little hesitant. Su Zimo shook his head gently, indicating that it was fine. He could tell what immortal Queen Ling Long was worried about. However, he had a feeling that after today's tribulation transcendence, his green lotus bloodline might not be able to remain hidden. Even if the mastermind did not attack, he would choose to lay his cards on the table. Furthermore, for the past few days, Lin Luo had been guarding him in the cave abode while Lin Lei set up an array formation here. Letting them watch from the side could be considered repayment for the 2 of them. Immortal Queen Ling Long was overjoyed to obtain Su Zimo's agreement. The tribulation transcendence of the creation green lotus was rare in history and was bound to be a great wonder since the ancient times. No one knew what would happen. However, what was certain was that if Lin Lei and Lin Luo could watch from the side, it would definitely be an opportunity that could only be chanced upon by luck. Aren't you going to thank him? Immortal Queen Ling Long reminded from the side. Lin Luo cupped his fists at Su Zimo happily. Brother Su, thank you. What's there to thank him for? Lin Lei was puzzled and pouted. What's there to see? It's not like I haven't passed the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation before. Humph. Lin Zhan swept his gaze and said coldly, back in the fiend domain, the Thunder Monarch was lucky enough to witness desolate Marshall undergo tribulation transcendence and was able to enter the grotto heaven to be bestowed the title of king. What do you mean, what's there to see? Can you compare to the Thunder Monarch? Lin Lei was the most afraid of his father. After being reprimanded by Lin Zhan, he did not dare to retort and remained silent. However, he did not think much of it and lamented internally, I can't compare to Senior Thunder Monarch, but Su Zimo isn't desolate Marshall either. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived at the center of the valley. Human Monarch Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, Lin Lei and Lin Luo retreated one after another and arrived at the peak of a mountain at the edge of the valley, watching from afar. Bang! Boom! The moment Su Zimo stood still, a deep and rumbling thunder sounded from the skies, as though countless gods were driving chariots that were approaching slowly from the firmaments. A moment ago, the sky was clear and cloudless. The next moment, countless dark clouds floated over and condensed continuously, spinning slowly, forming a gigantic black cloud vortex above the valley. As time passed by, the color of the cloud vortex darkened and changed violently, as though ink could drip from it. Red lightning bolts were already faintly visible in the black clouds. Massive and dense black clouds covered the skies and the entire valley seemed to be enveloped in a gloomy black. Space seemed to have frozen, and the atmosphere was oppressive. An immense might lingered in the world, and everything was silent. Lin Lei frowned slightly. Although it was only the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he could clearly sense that the first level was much stronger and more terrifying than the one he experienced back then. It seems a little stronger than the one Big Brother faced back then. Lin Luo whispered as well. Crack! The moment, she said, that the first heavenly tribulation descended. A scarlet bolt of lightning descended from the skies and tore through the night, landing on Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Boom! Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, letting the scarlet lightning strike his head as his body was surrounded by electric arcs. He bathed in the lightning and used the perfected one heavenly tribulation to temper his green lotus true body crazily. During this process, the green lotus true body grew rapidly as well and advanced towards grade 12. To Su Zimo, transcending the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not only about condensing the Tao fruit. His green lotus true body would also be reborn in this heavenly tribulation and grow to its peak, completely mature. To use the heavenly tribulation to cleanse and temper one's body, one would only have the confidence if their physique and bloodline were strong enough. In Su Zimo's eyes, the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not a killing calamity, but a huge opportunity. The green lotus true body could only transform completely after bathing in lightning and enduring the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. There were a total of 9 heavenly tribulations in the first level. Each one was stronger than the other and was filled with a ferocious might. The first heavenly tribulation was only as thick as a baby's arm. By the 9th bolt, it had already transformed into a scarlet sea of lightning that surged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo stood unmoved in the sea. Not only did his aura not weaken at all, it was rising continuously. When the lightning sea faded and the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, Lin Lei and Lin Luo could clearly see that Su Zimo was unharmed. He did not move a single finger right from the beginning. How powerful! Lin Luo heaved a sigh of relief and praised. It's all right. Lin Lei nodded as well. Sister, do you still remember that back when I transcended the perfected one heavenly tribulation, I relied on my physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels of the heavenly tribulation? Lin Lei did not say it explicitly, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Su Zimo. Of course, Lin Luo understood. She smiled and did not say anything. As the two of them spoke, the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. Yellow lightning fell continuously with a tremendous might that shook the world. The first, second, 9th. The 9th heavenly tribulation of the second level had already transformed into a golden sea of lightning that shone with a blinding golden light that pierced through the void, as though it wanted to destroy the entire valley. Su Zimo was still motionless, as though his feet had already taken root deep underground. No matter how the sea of lightning struck and how great the tsunami was, it could not destroy him. After the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, as though it sensed that it could not pose any threat to Su Zimo, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended quickly without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. Green lightning struck one after another. The bloodline in the green lotus true body circulated continuously and absorbed the surrounding lightning crazily, like a whale swallowing a cow. Every single bone in Su Zimo's body began to flash with electric arcs. Enveloped by the heavenly tribulation and washed by the lightning, he closed his eyes and multitasked. He even began to cultivate the Void Thunder Manual and used the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body and bones once more, changing his blood through marrow cleansing. Cultivating a cultivation technique during the tribulation transcendence could be said to be unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation dissipated. Su Zimo stood on the spot the entire time without moving or even opening his eyes. Lin Lei gradually frowned. Back then, although he relied on his physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels and a total of 27 heavenly tribulations, he was also in a sorry state and was covered in injuries. He was not as calm as how Su Zimo was now. Those who did not know better would think that this person had fallen asleep during the tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo glanced at Lin Lei with a faint smile. By now, the difference between the two of them was obvious. Chapter 2674. 2674 opening his eyes to break the lightning tribulation. 2674 opening his eyes to break the lightning tribulation. The 4th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation accumulated. Blue lightning intertwined and condensed into a gigantic beam of light that descended from the skies and smashed onto Su Zimo. Against the 4th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, Su Zimo still did not choose to use any divine powers, secret skills, or divine weapons. He closed his eyes the entire time and bathed in lightning, tempering his body with the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled deafeningly. Under the continuous bombardment, in the blink of an eye, the 9th heavenly tribulation of the 4th level had already condensed. In the sky above the valley, an azure sea had already formed and surged, as though it wanted to destroy everything in the world. It washed over the figure in the middle of the valley, continuously wanting to destroy it. However, the figure stood at the bottom of the deep sea motionlessly. The aura in his body was still rising continuously and getting stronger. This seemed to be a provocation to the heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. He knew very well the power of the 4th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Back then, he survived the 4th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation entirely because of the divine weapon his father forged for him. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended. Purple lightning surged over, and the lightning was world-shaking. Purple light filled the world, and it was bedazzling. Among the 4 people watching from afar, Lin Luo's cultivation realm was the lowest. She felt her vision burn, and there was only endless purple light left. She could not even see Su Zimo's figure. Even though she was standing at the edge of the valley, she could still sense the terror of the purple lightning tide in the valley. Lin Luo was secretly shocked. Given her condition, even if she broke through now, it would be difficult for her to survive the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. The experience of watching from the sidelines made Lin Luo realize her shortcomings. Instead, she calmed down and was no longer in a hurry to find an opportunity to break through. She was prepared to continue cultivating and sharpen her dharmic Tao. Finally, the purple lightning tide retreated. Lin Luo focused her gaze. Su Zimo was still standing in the distance, without moving. Even the vegetation around him was destroyed by the purple lightning tide, and the sand and soil were charred. However, he was still dressed in green robes and was spotless. He took on the first 5 levels of the perfected one heavenly tribulations with just his physique and bloodline. Immortal Queen Linglong looked at Lin Zhan and said softly, "Back then, you seem to have done the same." Lin Zhan shook his head gently. "Back then, in order to temper my body, I chose to undergo tribulation transcendence with my own body. However, I could only last until the 5th level at most. My skin and flesh were lacerated by the heavenly tribulation, and I was mangled. It was far from as easy as him. In my opinion, with his physique and bloodline, it won't be a problem for him to take on the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation head-on." When he heard that, Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he said, "Previously there were rumors that Su Zimo was a member of the dragon race and possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Could that be true?" According to what he knew, among the living beings of the 10,000 races, only a few races such as the God race and the dragon race could survive the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation with their bodies. Furthermore, they had to be peerless monster incarnates of their races. Rumors can't be trusted. Immortal Queen Linglong said indifferently. As they spoke, the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. The gray lightning was mixed with a deathly aura, and life was destroyed wherever it passed. Gray lightning bolts descended one after another, as though they were not heavenly tribulations but scythes from the netherworld that harvested life. The gray lightning struck Su Zimo's body with a series of loud bangs. Right in front of the 4 of them, Su Zimo finally moved. However, he merely swayed slightly before returning to normal. Su Zimo still did not open his eyes. Ever since the tribulation transcendence, he had stood there and allowed the heavenly tribulation to attack him one after another. He stood tall like a god who controlled lightning. Even though the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation was about to end, Su Zimo was not injured at all. Not to mention that they had never seen or heard of such a tribulation transcendence method. Even Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong did not dare to imagine it with their knowledge. As expected of the creation Green Lotus, the 2 of them looked at each other and lamented. Suddenly Lin Luo said, "Brother Su, will he attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation?" The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing those words, Lin Lei was shocked and said immediately, "How is that possible? The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not even appear in 1,000,000 years in the heavenly world. Back then, even Father only faced the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, how powerful is the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? Throughout history, according to ancient records, more than half of the paragons and monster incarnates died under the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If a 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is truly provoked by him, he might end up dying instead. In reality, Lin Lei could tell that given the current situation, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was clearly not Su Zimo's limit. From that point of view, Su Zimo had already surpassed him. Bang! Boom! The 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was condensed, and the color of the lightning was even darker. It had already turned pitch black and emitted a shuddering aura. Lin Lei clenched his fists instinctively. Although he had already undergone the tribulation transcendence many years ago, the sight of the black lightning still evoked some fear in the depths of his memories. Back then, he truly had a slim chance of survival against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. He knew very well how terrifying the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was. Lin Lei believed that Su Zimo could not defend against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation with just his body and bloodline. Boom! The first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level descended. The pitch-black lightning was like a black spear that was indestructible and unstoppable. Su Zimo remained motionless and did not even open his eyes. Just as the black spear was about to pierce the top of his head, he suddenly extended a finger and collided with the black spear. When the spear head collided with the fingertip, the world trembled. A visible void ripple spread in all directions, and airwaves surged with lightning. The black spear shattered. Just like that, the first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single finger. Lin Lei was dumbfounded. He could undergo tribulation transcendence like that. Back then, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation that slashed him half to death was destroyed by a single finger of this person. There were no divine powers, secret skills, divine weapons, or dermic treasures. How could Lin Lei know that Su Zimo's green lotus true body had already grown to the peak of grade 11 with the baptism and tempering of the previous heavenly tribulations. There was also the refinement of the taboo mystic classics, the Pure Jade Manual and the Heaven Burial Sutra, on top of the augmentation of the Divine Elephant breathing technique, the Void Thunder Manual, and many other top-tier cultivation techniques. Even top-grade divine weapons could not compare to his physique and bloodline. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation of the 9th level descended. Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and formed a sword art pointing towards the heavenly tribulation. Bang! The second heavenly tribulation dissipated once more. Boom! 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 A few heavenly tribulations descended from the skies one after another. Su Zimo closed his eyes and merely waved one hand. His fingers, fists, palms, and seals changed wantonly and shattered the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation at will. In the blink of an eye, the 8th heavenly tribulation of the 7th level had already ended. The 9th heavenly tribulation condensed continuously in the firmaments, and countless lightning bolts spun slowly, forming a pitch-black lightning tide, prepared to accumulate the power of the heavenly tribulation to its peak before pouring down. Right then, Su Zimo raised his head and opened his eyes. A blinding light burst forth from his right eye. Boom! The beam of light charged into the pitch-black lightning tide and exploded it into pieces. Chapter 2675, 2675, Fighting the Heavenly Tribulation. 2675, Fighting the Heavenly Tribulation. Well, Lin Lei and Lin Luo were dumbfounded. That was the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the black lightning tide that almost killed Lin Lei back then. But now it was destroyed by a single gaze from Su Zimo. Even human monarch Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long revealed shocked expressions, let alone the siblings. The 2 of them had long known about the bloodline of Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful. A single visual technique shattered the final lightning tide of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. What kind of method was that? Lin Zhan glanced at Lin Lei beside him. You should have realized the difference between the 2 of you by now, right? Lin Lei remained silent. This meant that if he was a grade 9 heaven immortal, Su Zimo would be able to suppress him with that visual technique alone. The difference was way too great. Lin Lei clenched his fists and consoled himself internally, thinking to himself, tribulation transcendence is only a process and can't represent future achievements. Perhaps when Su Zimo advances to the perfected one realm and cultivates to my realm, it's still unknown who's stronger. Lin Lei had a preconceived impression of Su Zimo and thought that Su Zimo approached Lin Luo with ulterior motives. That was why he was biased. It was not that Lin Lei was targeting Su Zimo on purpose. It was because over the years the Battle Kingdom had been plagued by internal and external troubles and was unstable. There were countless enemies and opponents watching them in the dark. There were people who had designs on Lin Luo in the past as well, so Lin Lei had no choice but to be careful. When the 2 of them first met, Su Zimo was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. Initially, Lin Lei did not take Su Zimo seriously given the disparity in their cultivation realms. But now, when he saw that Su Zimo was showing signs of surpassing him, he could not accept it for a moment. While Lin Lei was letting his imagination run wild, the 8th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already been condensed. Crack! A white heavenly tribulation descended from the skies. This time round, Su Zimo did not stand on the spot. Instead, he soared into the air and charged towards the heavenly tribulation. Back then, the martial Tao Prime Body made that choice when he welcomed the 8th level of the true martial heavenly tribulation. Now, the Green Lotus True Body chose to fight the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand and punched, colliding with the white heavenly tribulation. His body shuddered, and his momentum of soaring into the skies stopped instantly in midair. White electric arcs surged into the green lotus true body through his pores, washing through his flesh, bones, and organs. Su-Zimo frowned slightly. The power of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation had been raised to another level. Although the green lotus true body received the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he suffered quite a blow as well. The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation is no small matter. Lin Zhan said sternly, "Since ancient times, no one has been able to withstand the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with their bodies." Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Back then, you were severely injured by the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation and almost lost your life. The situation at that time is still unforgettable." In midair, Su-Zimo stood in midair, as though he was digesting the power of the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Crack! The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not give him any chance to catch his breath as the second heavenly tribulation arrived instantly. Su-Zimo's gaze intensified as he summoned his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. Behind him, 6 ivory tusks that were as white as jade pierced through his flesh and grew rapidly. They were sharp and emanated a powerful ancient aura. Su-Zimo's flesh and essence, spirit strength, increased by 6 times instantly. "Ah!" Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong exclaimed softly. The two of them could clearly see 2 other tusks vaguely appear beneath the 6 divine elephant tusks behind Su-Zimo. However, the 2 tusks were extremely young, and there were only 2 phantoms. They could not compare to the 6 divine elephant tusks at all. Although there were only 2 additional young tusks, Su-Zimo exuded a strange aura. Peerless divine power. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong looked at each other and could tell what the other party was thinking. That innate divine power had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. In reality, after Su-Zimo obtained the divine elephant breathing technique, he would deduce and comprehend it every time he entered seclusion. After the 6-tusk divine strength was synthesized with the divine elephant breathing technique, that innate divine power gradually transformed as well. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation realm, Su-Zimo had yet to completely comprehend it, and the 6-tusk divine strength had yet to transform and evolve. If that innate divine power could transform into the 8-tusk divine power, there was a high chance that it would reach the level of a peerless divine power. Boom! With the help of the 6-tusk divine strength, Su-Zimo raised his hand once more and shattered the second 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation that descended. The green lotus true body endured the first 2 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations with his body. Immediately after, the third heavenly tribulation descended. Spirit Turtle Shield. Su-Zimo released another innate divine power which was almost his strongest defense so far. Boom! With an earth-shaking bang, the Spirit Turtle Shield shattered. Relying on the enhancement of his 2 innate divine powers, Su-Zimo rose against the tide and continued to climb, getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds in the sky. Crack! The 4th heavenly tribulation descended. Great Vajra will seal. Great Mount Meru seal. 2 supreme dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries erupted in succession. It was as though 2 gigantic and majestic mountains had descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky, shattering them. However, the heavenly tribulation was not over. Just as the tribulation clouds shattered, they gathered rapidly again. Crack! The 5th heavenly tribulation descended. Killing word art. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. Permetha bridge. Lotus with every step. Star-plucking hand. Su-Zimo's essence spirit was terrifying and extremely condensed, releasing 5 supreme divine powers in succession. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. 5 supreme divine powers soared into the skies. Not only did they shatter the 5th heavenly tribulation, they charged into the tribulation clouds and stirred them up once more. Linjan was shocked. Given his essence spirit, he was already close to his limit after releasing 3 supreme divine powers in succession. If he forcefully released a 4th supreme divine power, his essence spirit might suffer some hidden injuries. If he released 5 supreme divine powers in succession, his essence spirit would probably collapse first. Crack! The tribulation clouds condensed once more, and the 6th 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. White Tiger Corpse Collection. Su Zimo's body was filled with a blood fog and malevolent chi as he pointed towards the west. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar and violent winds, a gigantic white tiger sacred beast appeared from the west and swallowed the 6th heavenly tribulation in one gulp. Thereafter, the white tiger sacred beast charged into the tribulation clouds and galloped. Under the impact of the white tiger sacred beast, the tribulation clouds condensed much slower. Su Zimo's figure continued to rise. The repeated attacks of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop him at all. Crack! The 7th heavenly tribulation descended. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. The heaven, earth, and human slaying sword arts were released at the same time. Billions of sword chi soared into the skies. Countless stars appeared in the firmaments with starlight and sword beams. The dragon snake circled, summoning wind and rain. The sword intent of the human slaying sword art caused the world to spin. Chapter 2676, 2676-9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation, 2676-9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation. The 3 sword arts burst forth at the same time, and the tribulation clouds in the firmaments were riddled with holes, sliced into pieces. Sword chi surged into the skies, and the earth quaked. Even Lin Zhan and the other 3, who were far away at the edge of the valley, could sense an intense sharpness that surged towards them like a spike. He was way too strong. Back then, even human monarch Lin Zhan almost died when he defended with all his might against the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. But now, Su Zimo had actually risen against the tide and fought the heavenly tribulation head-on. What was even more terrifying was that Su Zimo's every attack was clearly stronger than the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop Su Zimo's rising figure. Crack! The 8th heavenly tribulation of the 6th level descended. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit, and the dermic art in his hands changed once more, for balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him, emitting a terrifying aura. Under the control of his dermic art, the 4 balls of flames rapidly condensed and fused, forming a gigantic fireball that charged towards the incoming heavenly tribulation. At the same time, an essence spirit flame released from Su Zimo's glabella and fused into the fireball. Phew! The flames intensified. The gigantic fireball seemed to have turned into a blazing sun that rose rapidly in the valley. It was blinding and burned the surrounding void until it distorted. Lin Zhan and the other 3, who were standing at the edge of the valley, felt the sharpness of the sword chi earlier on. In the blink of an eye, it was as though they were at the mouth of a volcano. Their faces shone with red light, and they had shocked expressions. The Pankati Dao fire erupted. Boom! The heavenly tribulation collided with the fireball with a loud bang. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and a huge hole was blasted in the fireball. The surface of the ball was filled with cracks, and countless fire rain fell. However, the dermic Dao of the Pankati Dao fire had yet to dissipate. Go! Under Su Zimo's holler, the fireball that was about to shatter continued to rise and charged into the tribulation clouds before exploding. Boom! A red light exploded from the tribulation clouds and burst forth with a blinding glow that spread rapidly, enveloping all the tribulation clouds. Red clouds filled the skies, and all the tribulation clouds seemed to have burned, forming shattered clouds of fire. Half of the sky was burning. There was only one more 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation left. It was also the most powerful one among all the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations. Although the tribulation clouds in the sky were burned red, they still tried to condense, wanting to release the last 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived in the firmaments and stood in the middle of the tribulation clouds. His gaze was deep as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and roared. Gur! A deafening dragon roar that reverberated through the world burst forth. That roar was filled with endless might. The dragon roar secret skill was released. The roar almost materialized and shook the void, forming visible ripples that swept in all directions like water waves. The tribulation cloud that had just condensed was shattered by the roar before it could release the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds dissipated and the sky returned to blue. Well, Lin Lei's gaze was dull, and he could not recover for a moment. You can undergo tribulation transcendence like that. Lin Lei widened his eyes and could not help but ask. He shattered the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with a single roar. Even after witnessing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head gently. To be precise, it's not just a sound domain secret skill. In reality, Zimo had the upper hand in every round of divine powers and secret skills. There were some dermic daos such as dermic powers, sharp sword intent, and searing flames accumulating continuously in the tribulation clouds before erupting completely with that roar. Lin Lei was enlightened. The heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate power as lightning descended one after another. It was only when the 9th heavenly tribulation arrived that this power was pushed to its limits. As for Su Zimo, he countered attacks with attacks, similar to the heavenly tribulation. He was also accumulating continuously. In the end, he was able to erupt and defeat the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation in one go. Lin Lei could no longer tell if the heavenly tribulation was transcending Su Zimo or Su Zimo was undergoing tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo had just snapped out of her daze and chuckled. Although Brother Su and Father both underwent the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Brother Su is clearly in a much more relaxed state than Father was. He's almost unharmed. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong did not say anything. Instead, they looked at the sky above the valley with grim expressions. Father, Mother, I'll go over and congratulate Brother Su, Lin Luo said with a smile, and was about to step forward. Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly reached out and pulled Lin Luo back. What's wrong? Lin Luo was a little puzzled. When she saw her mother's strange expression, she followed their gazes. Above the valley, Su Zimo was still standing in midair with his head raised slightly, having no intention of leaving. At some point in time, thick tribulation clouds appeared in the blue sky. The tribulation clouds seemed to come from the end of the world. In the depths of the firmaments, they shone brightly from time to time and were filled with a terrifying aura that made one shudder. This is... Lin Luo gradually opened her mouth and paused for a moment before exclaiming, 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation! Lin Lei shuddered slightly when he heard that. There had never been a single 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the heavenly world in 1,000,000 years. In the past 1,000,000 years, only desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain had reached that level. Although the upper world was known to have the Trichiliocosm, there should not be more than 100 monster incarnates who could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in this generation. But now he was lucky enough to witness it with his own eyes. It was only at that moment that he understood the deeper meaning behind why Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long wanted to let them siblings stay and watch. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation nurtured many dharmic Daos. Being able to watch from the side was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Furthermore, it was rumored that a peerless divine power would descend in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. That was an opportunity for everyone who could watch. In the end, it would depend on who could seize that opportunity. The tribulation clouds condensed and a terrifying pressure descended slowly. Before the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended, Su Zimo, who was above the valley, felt immense pressure. Although the martial Tao prime body had experienced the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation before, the green lotus true body could only feel the pressure of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation after experiencing it for himself. It was a suffocating and irresistible might. Su Zimo's gaze was burning, and he had a fearless expression. He knew that the previous 8 heavenly tribulations combined could not compare to the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, he was not afraid at all. His Tao heart was indestructible and unshakable. Crack! Finally, thunder exploded. The first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he soared into the skies, resisting the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation with his green lotus true body. This scene was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a gigantic halo burst forth in midair and spread continuously. A figure descended from the skies and landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 2677, 2677 Destruction and Rebirth. 2677 Destruction and Rebirth. A human-shaped pit appeared in the middle of the valley. It was covered in scorch marks and billowing green smoke. Before long, a charred figure stood up slowly from the huge pit. Su Zimo's green robes were tattered from the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, and his entire body seemed to have been burned into charcoal. Through his tattered clothes, one could clearly see that the surface of Su Zimo's body was cracked, and there were faint scarlet bloodstains. During the tribulation transcendence earlier on, not only was Su Zimo not injured, he even rose against the tide and released many divine powers and secret skills, passing the 8th level of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation with incomparable ease. But now, the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation had already dealt such a terrifying blow to him. Immortal Queen Ling Long was a little worried and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is known as an extreme heavenly tribulation that destroys everything. According to what I know, many monster incarnate living beings who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation failed to survive. This was only the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The later it was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation was." Crack! The second 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Unlike usual, Su Zimo did not release any divine powers, secret skills, or divine weapons. Stomping the ground, he soared into the air once more and endured the heavenly tribulation with his body. Boom! Su Zimo's figure fell into the huge pit earlier on at an even faster speed. Cough, cough! This time round, Su Zimo was beaten even more miserably. He crawled out of the huge pit slowly with injuries all over his body and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a dispirited expression. "Mother, what is he doing?" Lin Luo was a little anxious and could not help but ask, "Even if you want to temper your body, isn't that too risky?" Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Lei did not know either. However, Su Zimo looked like he had lost half his life from the 2 heavenly tribulations. How could he withstand the remaining 7 heavenly tribulations? Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong had long been conferred the title of king, and their judgment was even more brilliant. They could tell something else from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's injuries were indeed serious. However, the life force in his body was endless as well. Everlasting vitality was healing his injuries crazily. The speed of recovery was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the perfected one heavenly tribulation did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended once more. This time round, Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, allowing the third heavenly tribulation to arrive and penetrate his body. His chest and lower abdomen had been pierced, and his organs were destroyed. Lightning circled continuously, blocking the self-healing of the green lotus true body. More than half of the flesh on his arms and feet was washed away by the third heavenly tribulation, revealing the green bones inside. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation almost washed away Su Zimo's flesh, leaving only a green skeleton standing on the spot in a shocking manner. His injuries were way too severe. Indeed, grade 9 heaven immortals could be reborn with a drop of blood. However, there were restrictions. Under the envelopment of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation power, it was impossible for him to recover from his injuries, let alone use blood rebirth. Lin Lei estimated that if he were to suffer such a serious injury, he would probably have to recuperate for a year and a half before he could recover. What a pity, Lin Lei thought to himself. In his eyes, Su Zimo was indeed above him to be able to attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation could also take Su Zimo's life. If Su Zimo was already beaten to such a state by the third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, how should he defend against the next 6? It was a situation of absolute death. During the process of tribulation transcendence, it was useless even if someone saved him. Just as Lin Lei was deep in thought, his gaze swept past Su Zimo once more, and his expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, flesh grew rapidly on Su Zimo's bones, and his shattered organs healed crazily. The speed of self-healing was too fast and could be seen with the naked eye. Endless life force surged through Su Zimo's body, and he was almost enveloped by a green glow, filled with vitality. What's going on? Lin Lei was dumbfounded. Only Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong could tell something. Su Zimo had the body of the creation green lotus, and his self-healing ability far surpassed other living beings and other bloodlines. But now, Su Zimo made use of the power of the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts to unleash the healing power of the creation green lotus to its limits. Apart from destruction, lightning contained life force as well. Everything in the world would be revived with the sound of lightning in the spring. Apart from severely injuring the green lotus true body, the lightning that descended from the skies also awakened all the life force of the green lotus true body. Shatter and recovery, destruction and rebirth. Throughout the entire process, the green lotus true body transformed continuously and was reborn, growing rapidly towards the peak of grade 12. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo's flesh regenerated and he returned to normal. His condition was even better than before, and there were no injuries on his body. When the martial Tao Prime body attempted the first 3/9 of 9 heavenly tribulations, he relied on his martial Tao body to survive. Although the green lotus true body had not reached that level, he was safe even after the 3 heavenly tribulations, thanks to the powerful bloodline of the creation green lotus. The 4th heavenly tribulation did not have a specific form. Instead, it was the bloodline tribulation that acted directly on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo channeled his blood, chi, and green light burst forth from his body. His blood chi rose and his aura increased exponentially. The green lotus bloodline in his body circulated and the sound of a tsunami rumbled. Ever since Su Zimo ascended, He had almost never used the Green Lotus bloodline because he was worried that his Green Lotus true body would be exposed. Now that the Green Lotus bloodline that he had suppressed for a long time was completely released, he felt an unprecedented joy. What bloodline is that? Lin Lei looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the valley and frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. Given his experience, he could not recognize the origin of Su Zimo's bloodline. After the bloodline tribulation, the fifth heavenly tribulation was the essence spirit tribulation. The essence spirit tribulation descended silently and formlessly into Su Zimo's consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirit tribulation was the most dangerous of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many monster incarnates died because of this essence spirit tribulation. However, although the essence spirit tribulation was terrifying, it posed no threat to Su Zimo. His essence spirit was way too strong. After the Green Lotus essence spirit synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit, it cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, which was known as the number 1 spirit refinement technique. Even before the tribulation transcendence, his essence spirit realm had already reached the perfected 1 realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo controlled many essence spirit secret skills. The Green Lotus essence spirit sat on the lotus platform with many lotus seeds surrounding him. The lotus platform beneath him spewed countless green rays of light. The essence spirit tribulation descended silently and ended without a trace. After the essence spirit tribulation, it was the 6th heavenly tribulation, the Tao heart tribulation. This was a test of a cultivator's Tao heart, be it the Green Lotus true body or the martial Tao prime body. Their Tao hearts were the same, and they were on the same level. Back then, the true martial heavenly tribulation could not shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Naturally, the Tao heart tribulation today could not threaten the Green Lotus true body. The 7th heavenly tribulation was the karma tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged and sparks floated down, landing on Su Zimo's body and igniting instantly. The flames burned rapidly from the inside out. Karmic fire burned karma. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. As he endured the pain, he sensed the dermic Tao contained in the karmic fire on his body to improve the red lotus karmic fire he cultivated. Chapter 2678. 2678, the Final Tribulation. 2678, the Final Tribulation. Under the burning of the red lotus karmic fire, Su Zimo almost turned into a gigantic flaming man. His entire body was flushed red and his bones turned almost transparent. However, a tremendous vitality continued to surge in his body, resisting the red lotus karmic fire. Su Zimo controlled 5 powerful flames himself. While enduring immense pain after receiving the baptism of the red lotus karmic fire, he could also comprehend the dermic Tao of flames from it. The red lotus karmic fire lasted for an extremely long time. However, the life force in Su Zimo's body was never extinguished. In front of him was a fiery red fan. It was the 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan. Under the tempering of the red lotus karmic fire, the 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan was also transforming. Initially, the fan only had 7 fan bones, but now it was gradually condensing an 8th or even 9th fan bone. Roar! As time passed, an earth-shaking roar sounded from the fan. When the 7 Tails Phoenix feather fan landed in Su Zimo's hands, the spirit of the divine phoenix inside had already awakened. However, that roar was not the voice of the divine phoenix at all. Su Zimo injected the power of his essence, spirit, into the fan and fanned it gently. Phew! Immediately after, a terrifying demon beast crawled out of the fan. It was bathed in flames and resembled a dragon and phoenix. Its dragon horns were towering and its claws were sharp. It even had a pair of wings on its back. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Lin Zhan said sternly. Immortal Queen Ling long nodded. His fan has already transformed into a 9 tribulations, pure yang spirit treasure. After the taboo dragon phoenix appeared, it guarded Su Zimo and circled him continuously, devouring the red lotus karmic fire in large mouthfuls and helping Su Zimo resist the karma tribulation. The pressure on Su Zimo decreased rapidly, and his flesh and bones were healing at a visible speed. Finally, the 7th tribulation ended. The 8th tribulation descended. The weapon tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged, and the power of the heavenly tribulation within condensed continuously. In fact, it even transformed into various divine weapons and dharmic treasures that descended from the skies like rain. Although they were not true dharmic treasures, they were even more terrifying than true dharmic treasures. Every divine weapon and dharmic treasure contained the power of the 8th heavenly tribulation condensed in a pure manner and was frighteningly lethal. The power of each divine weapon was equivalent to a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Right now, weapons rained down with a terrifying might, slashing toward Su Zimo in the valley. Such a terrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. There were ancient bells, heavy cauldrons, sharp sabers, swords, and long arrows that tore through the air. There were also many unorthodox weapons such as horsetail whips, needles, ancient mirrors, pearls, jade butterflies. Everywhere that was visible was filled with killing intent that filled the skies with a cold glint. That's too terrifying. Lin Luo was speechless and exclaimed softly. Even the proud Lin Lei had a thought. How could mere human strength withstand such a heavenly tribulation? Ah! Right then, Su Zimo suddenly roared and released his supreme divine power. 3 heads, 6 arms. Instead of retreating, he advanced and leaped into the air. Suddenly, a few weapons appeared in his hands. A horsetail whip that was emerald green danced with 3,000 threads of dust. There was also an exquisite, auspicious jade. The head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud and was embedded with 3 beads. There were also 9 dragons circling around the handle. One of his palms grabbed a handful of seemingly ordinary yellow sand. His 4th hand held the 9 tails dragon phoenix fan. The remaining 2 free hands held different immortal seals. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not summon the primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade, and 9 heavens living soil mainly because there was no need. The 3 divine weapons were a part of his body to begin with. At the same time as tempering the green lotus true body, the 3 divine weapons could be tempered. But now, in the face of the weapon tribulation, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and summoned the 3 divine weapons and the 9 tails dragon phoenix fan that had just transformed into a 9 tribulations spirit treasure. Not only that, Su Zimo changed hand seals continuously and communicated with the ancient stars, releasing the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Behind the tribulation clouds in the sky, a large number of stars appeared faintly, and endless starlight scattered down, surging into Su Zimo's body. Borrowing the power of billions of stars, Su Zimo released 3 heads, 6 arms. Wielding the 4 divine weapons, he went against the heavens and charged into the weapon tribulation. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In midair, the sound of divine weapons clashing could be heard and sparks flew. The killing intent of the weapon tribulation came from all directions. As for Su Zimo, with the help of 3 heads, 6 arms, and a defensive dharmic treasure like the 9 heavens living soil, he could be protected from almost everything. Even if he was struck by some divine weapons and dharmic treasures, he could defend against them head-on with his green lotus true body that was infinitely close to grade 12. The weapons were endless, and Su Zimo relied on his powerful and robust blood chi to fight against them. Su Zimo was like a tireless god of war as he rampaged through the sea of weapons that covered the skies, shattering the countless divine weapons and dermic treasures condensed from the heavenly tribulation into nothingness. He's too strong. Even Lin Lei could not help but express it at this moment. If he were in the same position in the past, he might not have been able to last more than 3 breaths. After an unknown period of time, the divine weapons and dermic treasures in the sky gradually thinned and were knocked down by Su Zimo before dissipating. The 8th heavenly tribulation was over. Su Zimo stood in midair and took deep breaths to recover his essence chi. When the 4 people at the edge of the valley saw Su Zimo successfully pass the 8th heavenly tribulation, not only did they not relax, they even became nervous. That was because after the weapon tribulation ended, there was only the last heavenly tribulation left. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the pinnacle of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. No matter what paragon or monster incarnate anyone were, they might die in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, if they could survive it successfully, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for those undergoing the tribulation transcendence. That was because the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was also known as the divine power tribulation. Typically, a peerless divine power would descend from the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 4 people watching from the side also had a chance to cultivate this peerless divine power. However, the 4 of them were only spectators after all, and were far from experiencing the tribulation transcendence of that peerless divine power personally. Mother. Lin Luo had a worried expression and said softly, "From the looks of it, he's almost used up all his trump cards. I wonder if he can survive." Immortal Queen Linglong remained silent. Su Zimo's condition was indeed not bad. After receiving the impact of the heavenly tribulation, not only did he not suffer any losses, his aura and strength even surpassed when he had just undergone tribulation transcendence. However, the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was no small matter. It was far from what the weapon tribulation earlier on could compare to. Without extraordinary methods, there was no way he could survive. Even Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong were not confident. Even though they had long been conferred the title of kings and condensed their grotto heavens, this was the first time they had witnessed the legendary 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The 2 of them did not know what level the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation would reach either. Lin Zhan said softly, "There are only a few peerless divine powers in the upper world. If he's lucky and meets with a peerless divine power with relatively weaker killing power, he should be able to tide through it successfully." Chapter 2679. 2679 4 heads, 8 arms. 2679 4 heads, 8 arms. In reality, divine powers that could be called peerless were not weak at all. However, some peerless divine powers focused in different directions. What Lin Zhan meant was that if a peerless divine power like astral imprisonment descended, it would be less of a threat to Su Zimo. However, if it was something like the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation that was extremely terrifying, Su Zimo would be in danger. Although the 4 of them stood at the edge of the valley and watched, they were still nervous. After the 8th tribulation disappeared, the last 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not appear for a long time, as though it was giving Su Zimo enough time to rest. Finally, the tribulation clouds in the sky churned, forming a gigantic vortex that emitted a majestic might. At the center of the vortex, it was as though a terrifying living being was awakening. Its aura became stronger and rose continuously. There, light and darkness intertwined, as though a single eye was staring at Su Zimo in the middle of the valley. What peerless divine power is that? Lin Lei could not help but ask. Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head gently and recalled carefully. She said in confusion, "I'm not sure. The precursor and aura of this peerless divine power are different from the peerless divine powers I know." Finally, a tall figure appeared gradually from the tribulation clouds. He was bathed in lightning, and his muscles were knotted, like hard rocks embedded in his body. The living being was nearly 100 feet tall and had no facial features or appearance. This was a living being condensed from the power of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The martial Tao prime body had once attracted an unprecedented 10th tribulation. Only in the 10th tribulation would such a terrifying expert appear. Now was merely the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Why did such a terrifying living being suddenly appear? Su Zimo faced the tall, godly being in midair, as insignificant as an ant. Lin Zhan frowned and said in a deep voice, "I've never seen such a peerless divine power either. The power in this living being's body is so powerful." The living being lowered its head slightly and faced Su Zimo with its featureless face, as though it was looking at the tiny human in front of it. Suddenly, the tall, living being extended a finger and pressed down towards Su Zimo's head. A large shadow appeared and Su Zimo's vision darkened. A single finger released an incomparably ferocious and violent aura, as though it wanted to crush him into blood foam. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and the fighting spirit in his eyes rose once more. So what if it was a living being that was 100 feet tall? He had killed living beings that were 1,000 feet or even 10,000 feet tall. Furthermore, this tall living being was only condensed from the last 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and was not a true living being at all. Humph. Su Zimo gathered the power in his body and soared into the air. He waved the primordial Unity Horsetail Whip and Trinity, auspicious jade, towards the finger of the tall living being. Bang! A loud bang sounded from midair, and the finger stopped. Thereafter, the tall living being felt pain, and his arm trembled slightly before he suddenly retracted. Roar! Deep roars sounded from the body of the tall living being, as though Su Zimo's counterattack enraged him. Suddenly, the hands of the tall living being began to conjure a series of strange dermic arts as his fingers intersected and changed continuously. Immortal Queen Linglong's eyes lit up as she hurriedly said, "Watch this dermic art carefully." Lin Lei and Lin Luo looked over hurriedly. After a series of dermic arts, the aura of the tall living being increased exponentially. Suddenly, 2 brand new heads appeared on his neck. Accompanying them were 4 new arms. When he saw that, Lin Lei was stunned and murmured softly, "Isn't that 3 heads, 6 arms? It's just a supreme divine power. It's nothing much, right?" The moment he said that, another head appeared beside the 3 heads of the tall god. At the same time, 2 more arms grew out of the 6 arms. This is... Lin Lei was shocked. 4 heads, 8 arms. Immortal Queen Ling Long exclaimed. A puzzled look flashed through Lin Zhan's eyes as he glanced sideways and asked, "I've only heard that the legendary Azura race has the innate divine power of 3 heads, 6 arms when they advance to the Emperor realm. What's with this 4 heads, 8 arms?" Even with Lin Zhan's knowledge, he had never heard of 4 heads, 8 arms. Immortal Queen Ling Long explained, "Back when I accepted Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden's inheritance, I saw some ancient portraits in the ruins with 4 heads and 8 arms carved on them. That peerless divine power has been lost for many years. To think that it would be passed down again in this generation and land on Zimo." A hint of disappointment flashed through Lin Lei's eyes. Initially, he was looking forward to having a chance to learn and comprehend peerless divine powers, such as the immortal vanquishing sword, 6 paths of reincarnation, and eternal night. In his knowledge, 4 heads, 8 arms did not seem to be something impressive. Lin Lei muttered, "It's just 1 head and 2 arms more than 3 heads, 6 arms. His combat strength won't increase much either." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. 4 heads, 8 arms is not as simple as having an additional head and 2 arms. Back at the divine firmament immortal meet, the reason why Su Zimo could hold an absolute advantage and suppress Yun Ting was because of 3 heads, 6 arms. If he had another head and 2 arms, Su Zimo's combat strength would increase exponentially. Immortal Queen Ling long pondered for a moment and said, "This peerless divine power has been lost for many years. There must be a deeper meaning for it to suddenly descend on Zimo in this generation. It's just that I can't explain it clearly yet." Immortal Queen Ling Long did not explain and continued watching. In midair, Su Zimo was stunned when he saw the tall, living being condensed, 4 heads, 8 arms. In the 8 arms of the tall, living being, he held the sun and moon condensed from the heavenly tribulation in 2 hands. He held a treasure bell in 1 hand, a golden seal in another, a bow in another, and a halberd in another. He held immortal dermic seals with his 2 free hands. The tall, living being waved his 8 arms and charged toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless, waving his 3 heads, 6 arms, the 9 heavens living soil, primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade, and 9 tails dragon phoenix fan. He fought against the tall living being. In melee combat, no one could defend against the killing power of the green lotus true body. Even Yun Ting was suppressed when he was in his 3 heads, 6 arms state. Clang, clang, boom, boom, boom. A huge battle broke out between the 2 of them as divine weapons and dermic treasures collided continuously. They fought in melee combat, causing violent winds to howl and sand to fly. Even the world trembled. The moment they exchanged blows, Su Zimo realized that something was amiss. The strength of this tall living being was not inferior to him at all and was even above him. Furthermore, the tall living being displayed extremely brilliant melee combat killing techniques. Against Su Zimo's attacks, he was at ease and could even counterattack. Actually, this tall living being was condensed from the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many paragons and monster incarnates had gone against the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The melee combat killing techniques of the paragons and monster incarnates had already been absorbed by the heavenly tribulation. Now, they were all augmented on the tall living being. Chapter 2680 2680 Quasi-Peerless Divine Power. 2680 Quasi-Peerless Divine Power. He's too strong. Lin Zhan, who was watching from the side, could not help but sigh. Under normal circumstances, even the power released by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation would not cause an immortal king expert to sigh. However, the battle between the 2 parties had already reached the peak combat strength that could be released at that level, and it was an eye-opener for him. Human monarch Lin Zhan had powerful blood chi and an invincible body. He was the strongest in melee combat. Among those of the same cultivation realm, there were only a handful of immortal king experts who could defend against his melee combat attacks. But now, Lin Zhan felt that he would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of this tall living being if he were in Su Zimo's shoes. In melee combat, 3 heads, 6 arms could increase one's strength by a notch. In that case, 4 heads, 8 arms would allow a cultivator's combat strength to rise even more. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice that peerless divine power is simply the strongest dermic Tao in melee combat. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded and paused for a moment before shaking her head. In her opinion, the significance of 4 heads, 8 arms to Su Zimo was probably not just a peerless divine power that could increase melee combat strength. Throughout history, there were countless paragons and monster incarnates who were good at melee combat. If it was only a peerless divine power that could increase melee combat, it would have been passed down long ago. However, for heads, 8 arms had disappeared for a long period of time. Initially, it was in the era of Great Empress 9 Heaven's mystic maiden before going dormant for many years. Finally, it descended into the world again in this generation. Above the valley, Su Zimo, who had 3 heads, 6 arms, and wielded 4 divine weapons, fought continuously against the tall living being with 4 heads, 8 arms, and 6 dermic treasures. Su Zimo's melee combat was extremely strong, and his attacks were ferocious. At times, he resembled a divine dragon. At times, he took on the form of an anaconda. At times, he was as agile as an ape, and at times, he was as ferocious as a tiger. Apart from what he learned in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his close-range offensive skills were also tempered through countless life and death experiences and bloodshed. Up till this point of his ascension, even a rare monster incarnate like Yunting was suppressed by him. But now, Su Zimo was at a disadvantage against the tall living being with 4 heads, 8 arms. Initially, both parties could still maintain their attacks. As time passed, Su Zimo's counterattacks decreased, and he could only defend passively in the end. In fact, Su Zimo even released the 9 palace subtle steps, wanting to resolve the attacks of the tall living being. However, when he released that footwork, the tall living being followed him like a shadow. The latter also released the 9 palace subtle steps and followed every single step. The memories of countless monster incarnates from ancient times who had faced the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation were gathered on the tall living being. It was not surprising that he could release the 9 palace subtle steps. He's too fierce. Immortal Queen Linglong had a grim expression and deep worry in her eyes. I've never even seen many of this living being's melee combat killing techniques. Lin Zhan nodded as well. Both parties are about the same in strength. However, this living being has more and stronger offensive skills. With an additional head and 2 arms, Zimo has no advantage at all. Immortal Queen Linglong said Zimo's bloodline is special. If he can defend against the attacks of this living being and continue dragging it out, there might be a turn of events. The blood chi of the Green Lotus True Body was strong and robust, specializing in attrition fights. However, Lin Zhan shook his head gently. Not necessarily. This living being is completely condensed from the power of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. As long as the heavenly tribulation doesn't dissipate, his strength is endless as well. If this drags on, Zimo's bloodline won't be able to hold on either. In reality, Su Zimo had the same thought as well. He wanted to exhaust the power of this tall living being as much as possible. However, after fighting for a long time, the power released by the tall living being did not show any signs of weakening. However, he was already feeling weak under such a high-intensity resistance. I can't drag this on any longer. With a thought, Su Zimo's 3 pairs of eyes intensified and shone brightly as his aura increased exponentially. The tall living being with 4 heads, 8 arms was evolved from a peerless divine power after all. Only the power of a peerless divine power can go against another peerless divine power. Right now, Su Zimo had yet to truly master a peerless divine power. However, the secret skills he mastered had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Su Zimo's 3 heads channeled his essence spirit at the same time, and his 6 arms conjured different dermic arts. In front of Su Zimo, a gigantic blood-colored sword appeared between his hand seals, emitting an extremely sharp, killing intent. The sharpness of the blood-colored sword seemed to be able to slash through everything, vanquishing all immortals and fiends alike. After the blood-colored sword appeared, even the tribulation clouds above the tall living being's head were pierced by the sword chi, revealing a gigantic hole. The immortal vanquishing sword. Immortal Queen Linglong's eyes lit up. Immortal vanquishing sword, the peerless divine power that's combined from the 3 great sword arts. Lin lay asked in shock. He was already at the peak of the perfected One Realm and had yet to master a peerless divine power. Su Zimo was only a grade 9 heaven immortal, and he had already mastered a peerless divine power. Immortal Queen Linglong quickly shook her head. It's only the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword. It hasn't truly reached the level of a peerless divine power. Lin Zhan said, Even so, the power of this immortal vanquishing sword far surpasses other supreme divine powers and has reached the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. The moment the immortal vanquishing sword was condensed, Suzumo's other head and 2 arms emitted a blinding golden light. Immediately after, tall figures appeared beside Suzumo. Buddhas appeared, stepping on lotus flowers and holding dharmic weapons, chanting sutras and paying respects to the Buddha. Sanskrit reverberated through the world incessantly. At the same time, divine dragons circled around the Buddhas, and divine elephants roared into the skies. The valley seemed to have formed a pure land of bliss and a nation of Buddhas. A blinding golden light soared into the skies and pierced through the tribulation clouds in the sky, filling the skies with multicolored light. Buddha Dragon Elephant! Lin Lei exclaimed. Back at the 9 firmament meet, Supreme Arhat Sharwunyan had released this supreme divine power. Furthermore, Buddha Dragon Elephant had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power in Sharwunyan's hands, and its power increased greatly. Lin Lei had not expected that the divine power released in Suzumo's hands would be the exact same as Sharwunyan's dharmic art back then. This meant that his Buddha Dragon Elephant had already reached the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. After the immortal vanquishing sword and Buddha Dragon Elephant were released, they affected the tribulation clouds in the sky greatly. As for the thick tribulation clouds, they were the source of power for the tall living being. The impact on the tribulation clouds clearly caused the aura of the tall living being to weaken significantly. Right then, Suzumo's remaining 2 arms completed a dharmic art as well. A terrifying aura spread. This aura was definitely not inferior to the immortal vanquishing sword and Buddha Dragon Elephant. Pissed, Lin Lei gasped. Sharwunyan controlled a quasi-peerless divine power and was enough to become the number 1 of the Arhat ranking and be conferred the title of Supreme Arhat. But now, there were 3 quasi-peerless divine powers. Furthermore, they were all released by a single person at the same time. Chapter 2681 2681 Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus 2681 Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus. Even Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong were shocked. If someone could control a quasi-peerless divine power, he would have a chance to master a true peerless divine power. But now Suzumo released 3 quasi-peerless divine powers at the same time. This meant that he might be able to control 3 peerless divine powers in the future. One would already be invincible in the perfected One realm if they could control a single peerless divine power. What would happen if one could control 3 of them? Immortal Queen Linglong could see the future with even more clarity and depth. I finally know why the peerless divine power for Head's 8 arms descended on Suzumo in this generation. Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly said. Why? This time round, it was not only Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Even Lin Zhan looked over with a puzzled gaze. Immortal Queen Linglong pointed at Suzumo's figure in midair and said in a deep voice, "What's truly terrifying about Zimo isn't the 3 peerless divine powers." Lin Zhan seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. He continued, "It's the fact that he's able to release all 3 peerless divine powers at the same time." That's right. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded. What does that mean? Lin Luo had a blank expression and did not understand the conversation between Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong. Lin Lei was puzzled as well. Immortal Queen Linglong explained, "The power of a peerless divine power is extremely great. Once released, it's enough to sweep through those of the same cultivation realm and suppress all perfected immortals. Since ancient times, perfected immortals who could master a peerless divine power are extremely rare. Perfected immortals who can master 2 peerless divine powers are even rarer. As for peerless divine powers, the consumption of the essence spirit is extremely intense as well. Even if someone masters 2 peerless divine powers, they won't be able to release them consecutively in a short period of time. Lin Lei and Lin Luo nodded. Even releasing 2 supreme divine powers in a short period of time was a huge burden on the essence spirit, let alone peerless divine powers. Only top perfected immortals like Lin Lei could release multiple supreme divine powers in succession. As for peerless divine powers, the consumption of the essence spirit was even more terrifying. If he released 2 peerless divine powers in succession, his essence spirit would probably collapse right away. At that thought, Lin Lei and Lin Luo were shocked and looked at the figure in midair at the same time. The two of them finally understood what Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long meant. With the help of 3 heads, 6 arms, Su Zimo released 3 peerless divine powers at the same time. This was even more terrifying than releasing 3 peerless divine powers in succession. There was definitely a gap between the consecutive release of peerless divine powers. With 3 heads, 6 arms, 3 peerless divine powers were condensed and released at the same time. This was equivalent to fusing the power of 3 peerless divine powers. A single peerless divine power was enough to suppress all perfected immortals. When 3 peerless divine powers were released, what level would that power reach? Lin Luo took a deep breath and composed himself. Mother, you just said that the peerless divine power of 4 heads, 8 arms is going to be inherited by Brother Su in this generation. This means that in the future he might be able to control 4. I don't know either. Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head slightly. There were few people who could comprehend a single peerless divine power. Immortal Queen Linglong did not dare to imagine that a single person could comprehend 3 or 4 peerless divine powers. Lin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. The power released by 3 quasi-peerless divine powers at the same time has already reached another level. He should be able to defend against the peerless divine powers of 4 heads, 8 arms. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded as well. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Zimo should be able to survive the last 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei asked, Su Zimo's first 2 quasi-peerless divine powers are the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and Buddha Dragon Elephant. What's the last one? Immortal Queen Linglong released her spirit consciousness and sensed it. She pondered for a moment and said, it should be a divine power that can reduce one's lifespan. Not good. Before she could finish, Immortal Queen Linglong's expression changed. What's wrong? Lin Luo was shocked. Immortal Queen Linglong said, this tall living being was condensed from the heavenly tribulation. It doesn't have actual flesh, essence spirit, or lifespan. This quasi-peerless divine power should be useless against it. As the 4 of them conversed, the 3 quasi-peerless divine powers had already erupted and landed on the tall living being at the same time. The immortal vanquishing sword tore through the void, and a blood beam descended from the sky, shattering the sun and moon and beheading the tall living being. The Buddhas attacked at the same time, and a gigantic golden palm descended from the skies, shattering the second head of the tall living being. The divine dragons and divine elephants charged forward and knocked the tall living being back continuously. The 2 quasi-peerless divine powers caused obvious damage to the tall living being. Only the 3rd quasi-peerless divine power, fleeting moment, landed on the tall living being and vanished without causing any ripples. Roar! Roar! The tall living being was severely injured, and an angry roar sounded from his body. Of the 3 quasi-peerless divine powers, only 2 exploded. In the end, they could not suppress the tall living being instantly. Now, the tall living being charged towards Su Zimo once more. Above his head, the originally shattered tribulation clouds showed signs of condensing again. An endless stream of heavenly tribulation surged into the body of the tall living being once more. At his 2 severed necks, the embryonic forms of 2 new heads gradually appeared. Once 4 heads, 8 arms reappeared, the strength of the tall living being would recover to his peak. Zemo had a calm gaze, and his expression was composed when he saw that fleeting moment had no effect. His melee combat with the tall living being earlier on was not completely fruitless. As the 2 of them fought, a large amount of the power of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation surged into his body and finally refined and cleansed the green lotus true body. In a flash, Zemo charged towards the tall living being. At the same time, his aura rose rapidly. The moment he collided with the tall living being, the aura in his body reached its peak. Then, as though he had broken through some barrier, he leaped into the skies. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, the surrounding void distorted continuously, and the world trembled slightly. Mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked around the valley. Even the mountain peak beneath the feet of Lin Jan and the other 3 began to collapse. The 4 of them stood in midair and looked fixedly at the sky above the valley as an incomparably shocking scene appeared before them. In midair, Zemo's figure had already vanished and was replaced by a tall emerald green lotus. Countless roots took root in the ground, and the lotus stem soared into the sky, swaying slightly. The lotus flower at the top broke through the tribulation clouds and bloomed silently in the center. Lotus petals bloomed continuously and were filled with billions of green rays of light. They broke through the fog and tore through the tribulation clouds, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. After the 11th layer of lotus petals bloomed, the 12th layer appeared. Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus. The power released by the Creation Green Lotus that connected the world had already reached its limits. The moment it collided with the tall living being, its 3rd head was shattered. Chapter 2682. 2682 Duckweed Sword. 2682 Duckweed Sword. This is... Lin Lei's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief. Creation Green Lotus! Only the Creation Green Lotus could possess such might in the world. Not only that, it was a grade 12 Creation Green Lotus that had already grown to its peak. In Zemo's consciousness, a resplendent Tao fruit was condensed. It flowed with a mysterious light and emitted a rather complicated aura. The illumination and nether glowstones released the power of yin and yang and fused all the essence of his dharmic Tao into the Tao fruit, allowing him to advance to the perfected One Realm. At the same time, the green lotus true body completed his transformation and was reborn, growing to the peak of grade 12. Zemo's blood chi surged. Against the provocation of the tall living being, he could not suppress it at all and released his bloodline phenomenon completely. That was why such a shocking scene appeared in the valley. There was only one creation green lotus in the world, and it was a god among plant life forms. Against the impact of the tall living being, the creation green lotus swayed continuously and released green halos, causing the tall living being to be covered in injuries. At the same time, the grade 12 lotus platform had already bloomed in the tribulation clouds. The multicolored light dispersed the tribulation clouds. The tall living being had already lost his power replenishment, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Right then, an extremely sharp green light burst forth from the body of the creation green lotus and tore through the void, slashing towards the tall living being. The sharpness of the green light was way too strong. Right in front of Lin Jan and the other 3, the entire world seemed to have been sliced into 2 by the green light. When the green light landed on the tall living being, it entered his body instantly and vanished. Suddenly, peace returned to the world. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The grade 12 creation green lotus that connected the heavens and the earth gradually disappeared as well. Zemo's figure reappeared with black hair and green robes. His eyes were clear, and he wielded a long sword that was filled with green light. The tall living being was motionless. Suddenly, the tall living being's body split into two and slid down slowly from midair. The tall living being had just fought Suzumo for a long time. Even though he was attacked by the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, Trinity Auspicious Jade, and Nine Tails Dragon Phoenix Fan, he was not severely injured. But now he was split into two by a single strike from Suzumo's sword. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Lei's gaze shifted and landed on the green sword in Suzumo's hand. What a powerful spirit treasure! Lin Lei was secretly speechless. The green sword seemed to be even stronger than ordinary 9 Tribulations, pure yang spirit treasures. Its sharpness was something that not many divine weapons and dermic treasures could defend against. Although Suzumo had just entered the perfected One realm, even Lin Lei had to be wary of him as long as he wielded the sword. With a thought, the green sword in Suzumo's hand entered his body and vanished. This was the 4th dermic treasure derived by the creation Green Lotus when it broke through to grade 12, the Duckweed Sword. The Duckweed Sword was formed by the Green Lotus sword condensed from 108 lotus seeds as a sword embryo. Not only did the Duckweed Sword inherit the essence spirit attack of the Green Lotus Sword, it was also the divine weapon with the strongest killing power among the 4 great spirit treasures. Suzumo was delighted when he sensed the change in the grade 12 Green Lotus true body. If he could comprehend the peerless divine power of 4 heads, 8 arms in the future, it would be perfect for the 9 heavens living soil, Trinity Auspicious Jade, Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, Duckweed Sword, and 9 Tails Dragon Phoenix Fan. His combat strength could definitely rise to another level. Suzumo did not leave immediately. Instead, he stared fixedly at the sky with a grim expression. He was worried that a 10th tribulation would appear. After waiting for a while more, the world returned to its usual calmness, and there were no signs of a heavenly tribulation gathering. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and relax. From the looks of it, the 10th tribulation should be a variable as well. It was because of the appearance of the martial Tao Prime body that the variable of the 10th tribulation was born. Although the Green Lotus true body was the only one in the world, it had always existed and did not escape the boundaries of the 3 realms. To be fair, even if the 10th tribulation descended now, Suzumo was fearless. At the most, he would just fight another round. Now that he had already entered the perfected One realm and his Green Lotus true body had grown to the peak of grade 12, he wielded 5 divine weapons and could even fight against the 10th tribulation. Right then, an incomplete memory surged into Suzumo's mind intermittently. Suzumo shuddered and his eyes widened. On the shattered and desolate ground, blood floated in the sky and corpses piled up beneath his feet. It was as though the sorrowful cries of billions of living beings could be heard. Everything was disappearing. Everything was being destroyed. The living beings of the 10,000 races and everything in the world were enduring an omnipresent calamity that no one could escape from. In front of him, he saw a blurry apocalyptic scene that was like purgatory. Suddenly, he seemed to have felt an unstoppable force tear his body apart and transmigrate the pieces through the void, scattering everywhere. The intense pain made his body tremble uncontrollably. At the edge of the valley, when they saw Suzumo successfully transcend the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong heaved a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with gratified smiles. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Since ancient times, in the long river of time, many monster incarnates have attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, Zimo is probably the only one who can transcend the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation so easily." Immortal Queen Linglong was not exaggerating at all. Even if most monster incarnates could survive the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, they would only have a single breath left. That was the reason why countless experts guarded the surroundings. worried that someone would take advantage of the situation and kill the Tribulation Transcendence cultivator. There was no one like Su Zimo who used the Green Lotus True Body to grow to grade 12 and recover to his peak state at the final juncture of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. That was also the strength of the creation Green Lotus. Even the martial Tao prime body of the past expended a lot of energy after transcending the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Zhan nodded. I heard that there's a 10th tribulation for the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. From the looks of it, Zimo can survive it even if there's a 10th tribulation. As the two of them were chatting, Lin Luo suddenly said, Father, Mother, look! What happened to Brother Su? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong hurriedly looked over. Su Zimo stood in midair with widened eyes, as though he had seen something terrifying. Fear and pain flashed through the depths of his eyes. Immediately after, Su Zimo's body trembled continuously. He bent down and his body was hunched. It was unknown what pain he was enduring, but he was even convulsing with a pale face and sweat all over. Well, seeing this, Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong were anxious and confused. They did not know what Su Zimo was experiencing and did not dare to advance rashly. Could this be the 10th tribulation? If Su Zimo was experiencing the 10th tribulation, they would only harm Su Zimo if they went forward rashly and caused a variance to the 10th tribulation. However, if it was not the 10th tribulation, what could have happened to Su Zimo? Was there any danger? Chapter 2683 2683 Showdown 2683 Showdown. Just as Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong were hesitating if they should go forward, Su Zimo, who was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized himself in midair and calmed down. Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong, and the other two hurriedly went forward. Zimo, what's going on? Lin Zhan asked in a deep voice with a concerned expression. Su Zimo stood up straight. The sweat on his face had yet to subside, and he had a dazed expression as he panted slightly, as though he had expended even more energy than when he had just undergone tribulation transcendence. A moment later, he returned to his senses and looked at Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong, and the others. He shook his head. Don't worry, seniors. I'm fine. It's just that. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo frowned. It's just that an incomplete memory suddenly flashed through my mind. It should be from the creation Green Lotus. Lineage memories. Immortal Queen Linglong's eyes lit up. This memory must be very important for a divine item like the creation Green Lotus to pass it down. Generally speaking, most lineage memories contain dharmic das and secret skills. Many powerful living beings and races would awaken their lineage memories after growing to a certain stage and cultivating to a certain realm. However, the incomplete memory that appeared in Su Zimo's mind earlier on should not be a dharmic Tao. That incomplete memory was of no use to him and appeared inexplicably. Su Zimo shook his head and put away that incomplete memory for the time being. No matter what, he had finally stepped into the perfected one realm today, and the Green Lotus True Body had grown to the peak of grade 12. His gains were immense. Zimo, what are your plans for the future? Lin Zhan asked. Su Zimo pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. I have to return to Heaven and Earth Academy. There are some things that I have to clarify and understand. On the one hand, Tao Yao was still in Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo already had the intention to leave, but there was no way he could leave Tao Yao in Heaven and Earth Academy. If he left without saying goodbye, it would be equivalent to placing Tao Yao in danger. On the other hand, up till now, the sect master of the Academy was still his master in name. It would be unreasonable for him to leave Heaven and Earth Academy just because he suspected the other party. After all, the sect master of the Academy had once saved his life. At his most dangerous moment, Heaven and Earth Academy was the one who protected him. However, if the mastermind behind this was really the sect master of the Academy, He would not feel any burden leaving Heaven and Earth Academy and would not have a knot in his heart. Now that this game of chess had come to this, it was time to lay his cards on the table. Lin Jon frowned. If my cultivation had recovered to its peak, I could accompany you to Heaven and Earth Academy. But now, given Lin Jon's current state, he would not even be able to protect himself if he really encountered a top Immortal King expert, let alone protect Su Zimo. Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head as well. You can't return directly. If our guess is true, you probably won't be able to leave the academy after you return. Seniors, don't worry. I have my own plans. Su Zimo replied ambiguously. There were some things that he did not dare to say. It was not because he was worried that the human monarch, Immortal Queen Linglong, and the other two would expose it, but because he was afraid of the sect master of the academy's scheme. The sect master of the academy was known for his flawless calculations and omniscience. There were some things that would leave a mark in the world once he said them out loud and might be captured by the sect master of the academy. Immortal Queen Linglong's heart skipped a beat as she vaguely guessed Su Zimo's plan. She smiled and nodded slightly. She was relieved and asked, "Where do you intend to head to after you leave the academy, Zimo?" "I don't know." Su Zimo shook his head. "Perhaps I'll leave the heavenly world." That move was truly out of helplessness. The martial Tao Prime body had lost contact with him, and his whereabouts and fate were unknown. Although there was Feng Cantillon presiding over Tianhuang sect, he was not enough to protect Su Zimo. On Lin Jon's side, he had yet to recover from his injuries, and was in a precarious situation with internal and external troubles. If he stayed with Lin Jon and Immortal Queen Linglong, it was very likely that he would bring a calamity to the Battle Kingdom and even implicate Lin Jon and Immortal Queen Linglong. There were no experts or sects in the entire heavenly world who could protect him. If he really broke off ties with Heaven and Earth Academy, he could only leave the heavenly world. Immortal Queen Linglong sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "All right, follow us back first. The Battle Kingdom has a teleportation formation to an ancient star outside the heavenly world. You can teleport there directly. I'll give you a copy of the world map of the Trichiliocosm. You can decide which world you want to head to." As she spoke, Immortal Queen Linglong took out a map and placed it between her brows. In more than 10 breaths, she made a copy and handed it to Su Zimo. Immortal Queen Linglong continued. "The distance between worlds is long. If you travel through the starry skies of the Trichiliocosm, you'll be met with countless threats and dangers. For example, don't approach ancient forbidden zones and the black hole of the cosmos. Most importantly, you have to guard against bandits of the starry skies who roam the area." Before returning to the Battle Kingdom, Immortal Queen Linglong reminded Su Zimo of many things. The world outside the heavenly world would only be even more dangerous. He must not be careless. The 5 of them arrived at the palace of the Battle Kingdom. Immortal Queen Linglong sent Lin Lei and Lin Luo away before bringing Su Zimo to the teleportation formation of the Battle Kingdom with Lin Jon. "Be careful on the way." Lin Jon and Immortal Queen Linglong looked at Su Zimo, who had stepped onto the teleportation formation, and reminded him one last time. Su Zimo nodded and activated the teleportation formation. When the teleportation formation circulated, 2 different lights lit up, representing 2 completely different destinations. One of them was Heaven and Earth Academy. The other was an ancient star outside the heavenly world, the Wither Star. The light of the teleportation formation lit up and 2 figures suddenly appeared on it. They entered different lights and disappeared. Heaven and Earth Academy. Suddenly, beams of light lit up in the teleportation hall. Immediately after, a figure appeared. He had black hair and green robes and had the sect badge of the academy hanging on his waist. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." When the surrounding cultivators saw that, they hurried forward and bowed. Ever since the divine firmament immortal meet, Su Zimo's reputation in Heaven and Earth Academy had reached its peak. Although he had yet to truly enter the legacy ground, his reputation had already faintly surpassed Sword Immortal Yu Hua. After all, Su Zimo was the number 1 on the heaven ranking and top heaven immortal of the divine firmament immortal domain. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Yu Hua suffered a huge loss against him at the divine firmament immortal meet, and the sect master of the academy personally sent a message to protect Su Zimo. Later on, it was said that Su Zimo even attacked at the 9 firmament meet and almost killed a prince. When news of those spread to Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo's status in the hearts of many Academy disciples rose once more. Su Zimo nodded in return to the surrounding disciples of the Academy before leaving gracefully towards his cave abode. I wonder what cultivation realm senior brother Su has cultivated to. He has already become unfathomable. Could he have already advanced into the perfected one realm? Someone suddenly asked. Impossible. Another person said, Su Zimo just broke through to become a grade 9 heaven immortal at the divine firmament immortal meet. How long has it been since? Earlier on, everyone went forward and bowed, but none of them bothered to check with their spirit consciousnesses. On the other side, Su Zimo advanced through the academy and arrived before his cave abode before long. There did not seem to be any changes around the cave abode, and everything was as usual. Chapter 2684, 2684 Choice. 2684 Choice. The moment Su Zimo entered the cave abode, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Before long, 2 figures welcomed him, Tao Yao and Lu Ping. Senior brother, you're back, Lu Ping said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and looked deeply at Lu Ping with a hint of hesitation in the depths of his eyes. This time round, he was definitely going to find a safe place for Tao Yao to settle down. As for Lu Ping, he was still a little hesitant. All these years, although Lu Ping had cultivated beside him all year round, at the end of the day, he was still a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. It was indeed a little difficult for Lu Ping to make a choice between him and Heaven and Earth Academy. Furthermore, Lu Ping was different from Tao Yao. If he really betrayed Heaven and Earth Academy, Tao Yao would definitely follow him without hesitation. However, he did not know what choice Lu Ping would make. However, Tao Yao and Lu Ping had been by each other's side all these years and were long used to it. It was rare for Tao Yao to have a playmate like Lu Ping by his side so that he would not be too lonely. The 2 of them had an extremely good relationship and talked about everything. If he left Lu Ping in Heaven and Earth Academy this time round, it might be a form of harm to both Lu Ping and Tao Yao. Su Zimo walked into the cave abode with Tao Yao and Lu Ping by his side. Lu Ping did not stop talking and recounted everything that had happened in Heaven and Earth Academy over the past few days. Right. Lu Ping continued. I heard that Sword Immortal Yu Hua was almost crippled by a peerless divine power of desolate marshal of the fiend domain at the 9 firmament meet. It was even the sect master of the academy who saved his life personally. At that time, under the protection of the Grand Elder of the academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was still beaten black and blue by eternal damnation of the martial Tao Prime body and even lost an arm. Logically speaking, Sword Immortal Yu Hua would definitely die after suffering such a serious injury. Furthermore, he would be tormented to death. Even the Grand Elder of the Academy was helpless. To think that he would still be saved by the sect master of the Academy. Lu Ping pouted. However, I heard that Sword Immortal Yu Hua merely managed to survive. The injuries in his body have yet to recover. At the very least, his severed arm has yet to regenerate and he's still recuperating in seclusion. It's said that after being severely injured, Sword Immortal Yu Hua no longer has the chance to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. From now on, the position of the number 1 legacy disciple has to be given to others. Due to the bad relationship between Su Zimo and Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Lu Ping was also hostile towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua and sounded like he was gloating. Has anyone come to look for me these past few days? Su Zimo asked. Senior brother Yang and senior sister Chi Hong came to look for you once. Pausing for a moment, Lu Ping continued. Senior sister Amo Qing came to look for you 7 times. After saying that, he looked at Su Zimo with a grin and said exultantly, Senior brother Su, when you enter the perfected one realm and become a personal disciple of the sect master, you'll be able to be with senior sister Amo Qing day and night. Now that Sword Immortal Yuhua is out of the picture, I think you'll definitely be the #1 legacy disciple of the Academy in the future. Senior brother Su. Su Zimo had a calm expression and remained silent. Before parting this time round, he indeed had to greet young Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. As for senior sister Amo Qing, Su Zimo still did not know if he should bid farewell to senior sister Amo Qing. Amo Qing must have come to visit him to ask about the martial Dao prime body. However, the martial Dao prime body was one of his greatest secrets, and he had no choice but to hide it from Amo Qing. Therefore, every time he faced Amo Qing, he would feel conflicted and a little guilty. Tao Yao did not speak the entire time. He had accompanied Su Zimo for many years and could vaguely sense that something was amiss with Su Zimo, as though there was something on his mind. Young master, what happened? Tao Yao asked softly. When Lu Ping heard Tao Yao speak, he looked at Su Zimo instinctively with a puzzled expression. Su Zimo returned to the hall of the cave abode and sat in the middle for a long time without saying anything. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy and oppressive. After a long while, Su Zimo seemed to have made a decision. He looked up at Lu Ping and asked in a deep voice, Lu Ping, let me ask you something. You have to answer it carefully and seriously. Ah! Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. However, he reacted quickly and said seriously, Senior brother, ask ahead. Su Zimo said, If I choose to leave Heaven and Earth Academy, do you want to leave with me or stay here? Of course I'm following you. Lu Ping blurted out. However, he paused when he saw Su Zimo's expression. He realized that the meaning of Su Zimo's words might not be as simple as just leaving Heaven and Earth Academy for a short while. When Su Zimo saw that Lu Ping understood what he meant, he nodded slightly. Don't worry. I'll respect you no matter what choice you make. Lu Ping shrugged slightly and said without hesitation, Although I don't understand why you would want to leave Heaven and Earth Academy, I'll definitely follow you guys. Lu Ping's reaction was beyond Su Zimo's expectations. After all, Lu Ping was an inner sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Given Lu Ping's talent, he would definitely be able to advance to the perfected one realm in the future and become a legacy disciple of the Academy. What kind of status was that? However, if he followed Su Zimo, he would only be reduced to an ordinary Dao child. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Lu Ping would hesitate for a long time between him and Heaven and Earth Academy. To think that Lu Ping would make a decision so quickly. If I leave Heaven and Earth Academy, I might never return. Su Zimo reminded once more. I know. Lu Ping said nonchalantly. It's just betraying the Academy. It's no big deal. Senior brother Su, my life was saved by you, and you taught me all my abilities. I won't proclaim that I know about what's right or wrong. After all, there are many people out there who can twist the truth. However, I know clearly in my heart that I'm always indebted to you. When he heard Lu Ping's words, Su Zimo nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. If Lu Ping really chose to stay in Heaven and Earth Academy, he would not do anything to Lu Ping either. He would merely settle Tao Yao down. Young master, what happened? Tao Yao asked again. Tao Yao and Lu Ping exchanged glances. They knew that Su Zimo would definitely not ask such a question unless something major happened. It's hard to say yet. Su Zimo shook his head gently. The two of you head to the Academy's teleportation formation now and teleport to the Xian Immortal Kingdom to look for Princess Yunju. Unless I head over to look for you guys personally, Don't leave no matter what news you hear or if anyone sends a message. Currently, the only place Su Zimo could think of to settle Tao Yao and Lu Ping down was the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Firstly, Yun Zhu had once come to the academy and said in front of everyone that Tao Yao was her Tao child. When Tao Yao returned to Yun Zhu's side, no one would say anything. Secondly, no matter who the mastermind was, it was impossible for them to become enemies with the Zixian Immortal Kingdom just because of two Tao children. The person who set this up was after the creation Green Lotus, and not the two Tao children. Thirdly, Yun Zhu had enough strength to protect Tao Yao and Lu Ping. Chapter 2685 2685 True Appearance of Desolate Marshal 2685 True Appearance of Desolate Marshal Heaven and Earth Academy Legacy Ground. In a cave abode, the decoration was simple and elegant, emitting a faint fragrance. The cave abode was quiet, and there was only a faint rustling sound occasionally. It was a beautiful woman sitting sideways with a piece of rice paper beside her. She held a brush and was focused on painting. The woman was completely immersed in the painting, and her eyes were clear as water. A snow-white butterfly landed on the woman's shoulder and flapped its wings gently. One person, one butterfly, one brush, and one painting. This scene was a flawless painting to begin with. After an unknown period of time, the woman heaved a sigh of relief and broke free from the painting before her. Didn't you already decide not to think about him? Why are you still drawing that person? Suddenly, the snow-white butterfly spoke in human language and asked crisply. On the painting, there was only a human figure with black hair and purple robes. Just by standing with his hands behind his back, he exuded a powerful aura. Even through the paper, one could sense the pressure he gave off. However, there was something strange about the black-haired, purple-robed man in the painting. There was only a pair of deep eyes on his face that burned with mysterious purple flames. Apart from that pair of eyes, no other facial features were drawn. Even so, if this painting was taken out, most of the cultivators at the 9 Firmament Meet would be able to recognize at a glance that the person on the painting was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. When she heard the snow-white butterfly's question, the woman lowered her head slightly and fell silent. After a while, she raised her head. Before the 9 Firmament Meet, I had just comprehended the fiend figure of the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram, and was able to advance to the paradise void realm of the perfected One Realm. So, the snow-white butterfly was puzzled and asked again, I've never understood why you skipped the ghost and immortal figures to comprehend the fiend figure first, when you've already comprehended the god figure. The woman extended her slender hand and placed it on the painting in front of her. Gradually, her fingers brushed past the blank face of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, and a moving expression flashed through her beautiful eyes. This should have been a cold silver mask. The woman said slowly, I met him once more at the 9 Firmament Meet. Perhaps I can use the dermic Tao of the fiend figure to comprehend his eyes and eventually draw his true appearance. Huh. The snow-white butterfly was slightly surprised and asked, You can draw the true appearance of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. I'm not sure either. The woman shook her head gently and paused for a moment before saying, However, I have a sense of déjà vu about his eyes. I should be able to give it a try. That's great. The snow-white butterfly said excitedly, I'm curious as well. What does Desolate Marshal look like under his mask? Could it be because he has a green face, fangs, and looks fierce? Maybe that's why he's wearing a mask to cover himself, because he's afraid of scaring people. Maybe. The woman chuckled as well. The snow-white butterfly continued. By the way, if we can draw his appearance and tear the painting apart, won't we be able to condense him? No. The woman shook her head. His dermic Tao is way too mysterious, and I can't draw it. In the woman's heart, even if she could draw it, she did not want to do so. In her heart, desolate marshal of the fiend domain had an extremely special status. She did not want this painting to become a dermic treasure and weapon that could be torn apart at any moment. The woman took a deep breath, and her brush hovered above the face of the figure in the painting before closing her eyes. She sensed the dermic Tao of the fiend figure and recalled her 2 encounters with desolate marshal of the fiend domain, as well as his eyes that burned with purple flames. With that, she followed a strange feeling in her heart. The brush in the woman's hand finally landed, and she drew gently on the painting. The teleportation formation of the Academy. Su Zimo sent Tao Yao and Lu Ping to the teleportation formation and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 of them leave Heaven and Earth Academy. The moment Su Zimo walked out of the teleportation hall, 2 figures sped over not far away and descended before him in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo looked up. The 2 of them were Gu Yu and Mu Shan, 2 Dao children of the sect master of the Academy. He had only seen them once. Senior brother Su, follow us to Heaven and Earth Palace immediately. The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Gu Yu cupped his fist slightly. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was not surprised by this scene. Initially, he wanted to bid farewell to young Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. From the looks of it, he probably had no chance. Go on. Su Zimo waved it off and said indifferently. When Gu Yu and Mu Shan saw that Su Zimo did not seem to notice anything, they exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. The 3 of them made their way towards Heaven and Earth Palace. Gu Yu smiled. Senior brother Su, I didn't expect you to advance to the perfected 1 realm so quickly. Congratulations. Indeed. Mu Shan smiled as well. Do allow us to keep you in suspense, Senior brother Su. There's another huge opportunity awaiting you now that you've become a perfected immortal. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. Before long, the 3 of them arrived in the depths of the Academy and arrived at Heaven and Earth Palace. As though it sensed the arrival of the 3 of them, the clouds in midair gathered, and a cloud bridge appeared that led to Heaven and Earth Palace. The 3 of them stepped onto the cloud bridge and entered the main hall in the blink of an eye. Immortal Qi lingered in the hall as a figure sat on a cushion and hovered in midair, faintly discernible. After Gu Yu and Mu Shan brought Su Zimo over, they returned to the back of the figure and stood on both sides with their hands by their sides. Suddenly, 2 balls of blazing light lit up in the fog of immortal Qi. Under the cover of the 2 lights, the sect master of the Academy's figure became incomparably clear. The sect master of the Academy wore a green Confucian robe and sat upright. His forehead was abnormally broad, and his eyes were like the starry skies as he looked at Su Zimo not far away with a satisfied expression. Greetings, master. Su Zimo stepped forward and bowed. The sect master of the Academy nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. To think that your cultivation realm would break through after the 9 firmament meet, and you've already entered the perfected 1 realm. Suddenly, the eyes of the sect master of the Academy turned deep and vast with a glint in them. If I'm not wrong, your green lotus true body should have grown to the peak of grade 12 as well. Yes. Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. Naturally, such a thing could not be hidden from the sect master of the Academy. The sect master of the Academy smiled gently. Zimo, how has the Academy treated you all these years? Very well. Su Zimo said, back in the coiling Dragon Mountain range, if not for the Academy taking me in, I would have died. Over the years, whenever anything happened, the Academy dealt with it fairly as well. The sect master of the Academy nodded and asked again, how have I treated you? Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. Master, you saved me once. Back when I condensed the 10th step of the Tao Heart Stairs. You even accepted me as an in-name disciple and thought highly of me. That's right. The sect master of the Academy had a gratified expression. The fact that you said those words proves that I didn't misjudge you. My efforts weren't in vain. Chapter 2686. 2686 monster. 2686 monster. The sect master of the academy said, "Actually, when the academy takes in disciples, the first thing we value is talent, and the second is character. Every disciple of the academy has to know how to repay kindness. Ungrateful people will be despised by the entire academy and even all the righteous people in the world." Su Zimo was expressionless and remained silent. The sect master of the academy smiled. "Since you've already entered the perfected one realm, I can give you an opportunity. I hope you can grasp it well. Master, please enlighten me." Su Zimo said politely. The sect master of the academy said, "The creation green lotus is unique in the world, and a grade 12 creation green lotus is even rarer. My cultivation realm has been stuck at the perfected grotto heaven realm for many years, and I need to refine an immortal pill before there's a chance for me to break through. The most important herb for the immortal pill is the creation green lotus. Here it comes." Su Zimo sneered internally. "So, sect master, you want my life?" Su Zimo's tone was cold, and he no longer addressed the sect master of the academy as his master. The sect master of the academy smiled and said gently, "You've misunderstood. Since it's an opportunity prepared for you, how could it hurt your life?" "Oh!" Su Zimo did not let down his guard, yet as he looked at the sect master of the academy coldly, waiting for an explanation. The sect master of the academy said, "Indeed, you have to sacrifice yourself for the time being to refine the immortal pill. However, don't worry, I'll make preparations for your reincarnation. As for me, if I can break through and become a quasi-emperor after obtaining this immortal pill, the status of the academy in the divine firmament immortal domain will rise as well." Su Zimo sneered. After beating around the bush, the sect master of the academy still wanted his life. His actions were no different from King Yin Yu's. Even perfected immortals who cultivated to the hollow nether realm of the perfected one realm did not have a high chance of reincarnation, let alone someone like him who had just entered the perfected one realm. There were many perfected immortals in the entire divine firmament immortal domain. However, there were very few perfected immortals who were truly reborn and lived a second life. Once he died and his soul entered reincarnation, no one knew what would happen. Even with the protection of immortal king experts, the entire process could not be controlled. The sect master of the academy continued, "I've heard about the 9 firmament meat. Although Yu Hua survived, the remnant power of eternal damnation remains in his body. His future achievements will be limited now that he has lost an arm. After you reincarnate, I'll guide you back to the academy personally and confer you the title of the #1 legacy disciple of the academy. After your return, I'll personally make the decision for you and Mo Qing to become Tao companions. After your rebirth, I'll impart the Dharmic Tao to you personally. It'll definitely make you stronger in your second life." Su Zimo looked at the sect master of the academy, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Although everything the sect master of the academy said seemed to be for his own good and some opportunity prepared for him, in reality it was to take his life. The sect master of the academy's seemingly kind face was even more terrifying than King Yin Yu. King Yin Yu had never hidden his intentions. He straight up wanted to kill Su Zimo and get his hands on the green lotus true body. From the beginning to the end, the sect master of the academy had a gentle tone and a smile. However, not only did the sect master of the academy want Su Zimo's life, he even wanted Su Zimo to be grateful for it. The sect master of the academy wanted Su Zimo to believe that everything he did was for his own good and an opportunity prepared for him. Not only did he want Su Zimo to die, he wanted Su Zimo to die willingly. In Su Zimo's eyes, there seemed to be a monster hidden beneath the skin of the sect master of the academy. The Tao child behind the sect master of the academy, Guyu, suddenly shouted softly and reminded, "Senior Brother Su, hurry up and thank the sect master. The sect master's kindness to you is as vast as the seas. You really make us envious. Su Zimo laughed and raised his brow slightly. If the sect master wants you to die now and give you a chance to reincarnate, will you be willing? Of course I'd be willing. Guyu puffed out his chest and said without hesitation, "It's a pity that my body can't refine medicine, and I can't help the sect master." "I'm not willing," Su Zimo said slowly. The other Dao child, Mu Shan, berated, "Senior brother Su, don't be ungrateful. Not everyone is qualified to obtain such an opportunity." The sect master of the academy did not seem surprised or angry by Su Zimo's reaction. He merely waved his hand gently to stop the two Dao children. The sect master of the academy said gently, "Zimo, I know that you'll definitely be conflicted upon hearing this arrangement. However, you have to know that sacrificing your current life will increase the overall strength and status of the academy. One has to be magnanimous and think about the big picture. We mustn't be too selfish. Furthermore, you won't die with your Dao lost. I'll personally take action to protect you during your reincarnation. You can rest assured about that." Su Zimo smiled. The current sect master of the academy was even more terrifying than all the fiends he had encountered. Although he spoke of benevolence, righteousness, fairness, and the greater good, all he wanted to do was to take advantage of others. Su Zimo said, "Didn't you say earlier that you would be refining my green lotus true body for yourself? How is it for the academy?" "Of course." The sect master of the academy had a calm expression. "As the sect master of the academy, the higher my cultivation realm, the higher the status of the academy." "Not necessarily." Su Zimo shook his head gently. "In my opinion, your ambition is too great and will bring about a calamity to the academy. Sacrificing your current life will bring hope for the academy. In that case, are you willing to die?" "How dare you?" Guyu's gaze was like lightning as he berated loudly. Mu Shan said coldly as well, "Su Zimo, how dare you speak to the sect master like that? Do you have a death wish?" The sect master of the academy shook his head gently, and the smile on his face did not disappear still. However, a hint of disappointment flashed through his eyes. "Zimo, based on your disrespectful words earlier on, I can kill you according to the sect rules." "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo burst into laughter. "According to the sect rules, sect master, you've harmed your fellow sect mate by wanting to take my life earlier on. You deserve to die as well." The sect master of the academy wanted to continue with the farce, but Su Zimo could no longer be bothered. The sect master of the academy gradually retracted his smile. "Su Zimo, you said earlier on that I saved your life and think highly of you. Your gratitude towards me should be as vast as the seas. Could it be that you want to be an ungrateful disciple who betrays his own master?" Su Zimo's gaze was dark as he said slowly, "If I'm truly indebted to you, I'll naturally repay you. However, what you mentioned earlier on was probably just a part of your arrangements to begin with, wasn't it?" "Sect master, why bother hiding at this point? Back then, I participated in the immortal sect selection in the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Initially, I had no intention of joining Heaven and Earth Academy. Later on, by a freak combination of circumstances, I joined the Academy. If I'm not wrong, that should have been your doing. Back then, after the 10,000-year meet, someone intercepted us halfway, and you saved us. You were the one who arranged for this assassin, right? You schemed behind my back and manipulated my fate because you wanted me to join Heaven and Earth Academy and cultivate the Green Lotus True Body to the peak of grade 12 under your surveillance." Chapter 2687, 2687 Gathering of Kings. 2687 Gathering of Kings. The sect master of the academy had a calm expression and was neither flustered nor surprised by Su Zimo's questions. He merely looked at him quietly. "Ha ha ha." Right then, laughter sounded from outside the hall. Immediately after, a deep voice sounded. Young man, you're wrong about something. The person who intercepted you on the way back was not arranged by the sect master of the academy, but by me. Su Zimo turned slightly and looked over. A man in a brocade robe was entering the hall. That person's gaze was burning, and he exuded an incomparably scorching aura. The moment he entered the hall, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. This person exuded an extremely powerful spirit consciousness pressure. The spirit consciousness pressure was definitely not something that perfected immortal experts could emit. Furthermore, this was heaven and earth palace of the academy, and not a place that perfected immortal experts could enter casually. It was an immortal king expert. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He had never seen this person before, and he was not one of the grand elders of the academy. As though he could tell that Su Zimo was puzzled, the man smiled gently. Let me introduce myself. I'm the master of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Immortal King Yin-Yang. Why did you want to kill me? Su Zimo asked. Immortal King Yin-Yang smiled gently. Back then, you obtained an opportunity in my Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom's parasol tree, secret ground, and broke through to the Heaven Essence Realm. The moment you entered the Heaven Essence Realm, your green lotus bloodline was leaked, and I sensed it. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Under normal circumstances, as long as he was careful, his blood chi would not leak when breaking through a minor cultivation realm. However, at the same time as his major cultivation realm broke through, the green lotus true body grew, and its grade increased as well. At that time, he had entered the Heaven Essence realm, and the green lotus true body had just grown to grade 11. That was the reason why his blood chi was exposed. Su Zimo did not expect that he would be discovered, even though he was in the parasol tree secret ground. The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo and shook his head gently, seemingly in a reproachful manner. You were too careless. It's not entirely his fault, either. Immortal King Yin-Yang said. At that time, his performance on the Earth ranking was way too eye-catching. Throughout history, no one has been able to achieve his achievements. Even Feng Cantillon from hundreds of thousands of years ago was far inferior to him, even though he was also rank 1 on the Earth ranking. Therefore, after the Earth ranking ended, I targeted him. What happened after that was that Immortal King Yin-Yang noticed Su Zimo's breakthrough in the parasol tree secret ground. Immortal King Yin-Yang continued. Actually, I only had a rough guess at that time, but I wasn't sure. Therefore, I intercepted you. However, my intention was not really to kill you, but to test the sect master of the academy. And of course, as expected, if you have the green lotus bloodline, the sect master of the academy will definitely protect you. In the territory of the divine firmament immortal domain, the sect master of the academy knows everything. If I tried to kill you, he would definitely step in to stop me. The sect master of the academy smiled without saying anything as a form of silent agreement. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. Therefore, after that exchange, the two of you had already discussed that you would wait for my green lotus true body to grow to the peak of grade 12. Of course. Immortal King Yin-Yang smiled. Since I discovered the secret, I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Humph. Another voice suddenly sounded from the hall. Immediately after, another white-robed man walked in and said coldly, I've long said that there's no need for us to waste our breaths on this brat. Once he grows to grade 12, all we have to do is split him up equally. Su Zimo was way too familiar with that voice. King Yinyu. Su Zimo looked at the person and narrowed his eyes slightly. The moment King Yinyu entered the hall, he glanced at Su Zimo as well with a mocking expression. Brat, you didn't expect this, did you? How can a lowlife like you escape from me? The sect master of the academy was not surprised by King Yinyu's arrival either. The sect master of the academy said indifferently, Initially, I thought that he would know how to repay gratitude and I didn't want to fall out with him either. To think that things would turn out this way. Fufu, at the end of the day, he's still not a person suitable to be nurtured. Right then, a door opened behind the two Dao children, and a one-armed man, wrapped in gauze with blood-stains, walked out, emitting a rancid aura. Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's condition was even worse than Su Zimo had imagined. Eternal damnation still caused him immense damage. Even with the power of the sect master of the academy, his life was only barely saved. Sword Immortal Yu Hua glared at Su Zimo fiercely and gritted his teeth. Su Zimo, to think that you would have such a day as well. Fufu. Su Zimo looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua's tragic state and sneered. You don't have to laugh. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said hatefully, your outcome will be even worse than mine later on. The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, all these years you must have been wondering why I did not punish Sword Immortal Yu Hua severely despite him targeting you repeatedly. Su Zimo merely sneered and remained silent. Over the years, he had clashed with Sword Immortal Yu Hua a few times. At the Divine Firmament Immortal meet, Sword Immortal Yu Hua even joined forces with outsiders to slander him as somebody from another race and wanted to kill him. Even after committing such a serious crime, the sect master of the academy merely brushed it off with a few words. The sect master of the academy said, self-consciously, it's simple because he's obedient. With that said, Sword Immortal Yu Hua ran over hurriedly and knelt obediently at the feet of the sect master of the academy, prostrating on the ground respectfully. Yes, the sect master of the academy was very satisfied and stroked the top of Sword Immortal Yu Hua's head gently, as though he was stroking a dog covered in injuries. The sect master of the academy said, you're very talented and have great potential. Everything about you surpasses you, Hua, but you're not obedient enough. What's the use of you being talented with great potential if you're not obedient and can't be used by me? Su Zimo smiled and asked, therefore the standard for the academy to recruit disciples is not based on talent or character, but on whether he's obedient. Of course. The sect master of the academy smiled indifferently. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. You're not the only ones here today, right? Who else is there? Why don't you all show yourselves and let me take a look? Little bastard, it's time for you to pay with your life. Right then, another voice sounded, filled with killing intent and resounding like metal clashing. Su Zimo turned around. A tall, black-robed man walked into the hall slowly. He had a resolute expression and narrow eyes, exuding a cold, killing intent with a terrifying aura. It was another Immortal King expert. And you are? Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. The sect master of the academy said, you once killed his son in absolute Thunder City. Prince Yuanzhua. King Jin had arrived. Chapter 2688. 2688 Extermination. 2688 Extermination. Su Zimo was rather surprised by the appearance of King Jin. When did you find out? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Initially, he thought that he was already careful enough to think that the secret of the Green Lotus true body had long been exposed. The sense of danger that he occasionally felt previously was not an illusion. It should be from the surveillance of these Immortal King experts. The last time I came to Heaven and Earth Academy to interrogate you, King Jin said coldly, you raised Absolute Thunder City and killed my child, Yuanzhua. If not for the news of your Green Lotus bloodline, how could I have let you off so easily and let you live till today? Su Zimo frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. The sect master of the academy had mentioned this to him once. According to King Jin, he came to denounce Su Zimo, and the sect master of the academy only calmed him down temporarily after revealing the secret of the Green Lotus bloodline. However, the secret of the Green Lotus true body was something that was better the fewer the people who knew about it. Right now, Su Zimo was surrounded by multiple kings and was under immense pressure. As such, he did not have time to think too much about that discrepancy. In the backyard of Heaven and Earth Palace, another old man strode over. He wore the robes of an elder of the Academy and had a powerful aura. He was also an immortal king expert. Elder 8 of the Academy. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly, "That's me." The old man nodded slightly with a deep gaze and a meaningful smile. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice. Back when he underwent tribulation transcendence and ascended, although he hid in the hell suppression tripod and did not see who the expert with King Yinyu was, he heard that person's voice. The voice was Elder 8 of the Academy. Elder 8 was in charge of all the weapons of the Academy. The horsetail whip that was fed to the hell suppression tripod back then was thrown out by Elder 8. Furthermore, the person who asked painting Immortal Lemo Qing to head to the coiling Dragon Mountain Range during the Immortal Sex selection was Elder 8 as well. Everything seemed to have an explanation and became logical. However, there still seemed to be more than what met the eyes. How lively! A laugh sounded as an immortal king expert arrived and entered Heaven and Earth Palace. This immortal king had appeared at both the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet and the Nine Firmament Meet. He was the eldest disciple of Emperor Divine Firmament, Immortal King Qingyang. There's so many people. King Yinyu frowned. There was only one green lotus true body. The more people there were, the less benefits everyone would obtain. The sect master of the Academy had a calm expression, as though he was not surprised by their arrival. Immortal King Yenyang cupped his fists slightly and smiled at Immortal King Qingyang. "Fellow Taoist Qingyang, how did you know about this lad's green lotus bloodline?" "Huh." At the mention of that, Immortal King Qingyang was rather smug and said proudly, "In the territory of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, as long as I want to know, there's no secret that can hide from my eyes." At the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, Yu Hua joined forces with the Zither Immortal and the others to kill this lad. The fact that the sect master of the Academy personally sent a message proves that this lad is special. At that time, I could tell that there was a problem. I just didn't point it out. Amazing! Immortal King Yenyang praised. The Immortal Kings exchanged pleasantries and chatted casually with relaxed expressions. In the eyes of the Immortal King experts, Su Zimo was already fish on the chopping block and could be slaughtered at any moment. It was just a matter of when they would split the food. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. There were a total of 6 Immortal King experts present. The sect master of the Academy, King Yinyu, Immortal King Yenyang, King Jin, Immortal King Qingyang, and Elder 8. Furthermore, these Immortal King experts were all domineering giants who had almost cultivated to the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Indeed, he had no chance of survival against these experts. He did not even have the chance to escape. However, Su Zimo still had a calm expression and was terrifyingly composed. "Su Zimo, you won't be able to defeat me in the end. Today will be your death date." Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at Su Zimo and clenched his fists, laughing loudly. However, due to the constant pain coming from his body, his smile looked a little wretched. Su Zimo sneered with a pitying gaze. "Even if you're alive, you're just a dog raised by someone else." Zimo. The sect master of the Academy sighed gently. "Initially, I prepared a huge opportunity for you, a bright path. However, you chose a dead end. I'm truly disappointed. Since you chose a dead end, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate." "Oh!" Su Zimo had a mocking expression and was fearless. The sect master of the Academy said, "Do you think it will end just because you'd be dead? You betrayed your master and went against your roots rebelliously. I'll ruin your reputation as well. You'll forever bear the crime of being a traitor and be reviled by future generations." Not only did he want Su Zimo to die, the sect master of the Academy wanted him to bear endless infamy for eternity. Rank, one of the earth ranking and heaven ranking. Once one bore the crime of betraying one's master and going against their roots, those honors would be tarnished and they would only attract countless criticism. This was extermination without any leeway. Back then, King Jin's methods were already considered cruel and vicious. Even then, he only nailed Thunder Emperor Feng, Cantillon, to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years without seeing the light of day. Compared to the sect master of the academy, King Jin's methods were weaker. Not only did the sect master of the academy want Su Zimo to die, he wanted his name to be nailed to the pillar of shame forever and never be able to make a comeback. How many people in the world knew the ins and outs of this? Once domineering experts, such as the sect master of the academy, King Yunyu, Immortal King Qingyang, and King Jin, declared that Su Zimo had betrayed his master and went against his roots, it would definitely attract the crazy insults of countless cultivators. By then, Su Zimo would be dead and there would be no evidence. Just as the sect master of the academy said, he would kill anyone who wasn't obedient and destroy their reputations. Good move. Su Zimo clapped and praised. King Yunyu frowned slightly and looked at the sect master of the academy, urging, "It's about time. I think we can start refining the pill. We can throw the fresh green lotus flesh into an elixir furnace directly. If we can seal the green lotus bloodline perfectly, we'll definitely create the immortal pill successfully. I want a leaf of the green lotus." Immortal King Yenyang said in a deep voice. Immortal King Qingyang said, "I want half of the green lotus seeds." The few Immortal King experts had already begun to discuss how to split Su Zimo. "Everyone, your wishful thinking is not bad." Su Zimo smiled and suddenly said, "Unfortunately, you guys are still a step behind in this game of chess." As though he sensed something, the sect master of the academy's expression changed. Suddenly, he attacked and slapped Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo merely stood on the spot motionlessly and did not dodge. Given his strength, he could not dodge the attack of an Immortal King expert at all. Su Zimo looked at the sect master of the academy with a mocking expression. Piak! The palm of the sect master of the academy slapped the top of Su Zimo's head. A tremendous and terrifying power descended, and Su Zimo's figure dissipated with a bang, turning into green air currents that dissipated gradually. Chapter 2689. 2689 Escape. 2689 Escape. Su Zimo's body vanished before everyone's eyes, just like that. There was no blood at all. Well, everyone was stunned on the spot. Even King Yunyu, Immortal King Yenyang, King Jin, and the others were stunned with disbelief in their eyes. Everyone could clearly see that Su Zimo was killed by a single palm strike from the sect master of the academy. However, he disappeared before everyone's eyes just like that. A clone. Immortal King Yenyang frowned. How is that possible? King Yin could not accept it and shouted when he saw Su Zimo escape right under the noses of the Immortal Kings. It's indeed a clone. The sect master of the academy said in a deep voice and opened his palm. A green jade manual lay in the palm of the sect master of the academy. Jade, pure jade manual, primeval body. Immortal King Qingyang blurted out. The sect master of the academy had an ugly expression as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. This was not the true body of that lad, but the primeval body condensed from the jade, pure jade manual. Impossible." King Jin was still unable to accept this and said coldly, "This lad's cultivation is only at the perfected immortal realm. Even if he uses the jade, pure jade manual to condense the primeval body, he won't be able to hide from my senses." Immortal King Yenyang and Immortal King Qingyang nodded. As Immortal King experts, their senses were incomparably keen. If the Su Zimo earlier on was a clone, they would definitely have been able to see through his flaws. under the gazes of 6 immortal king experts. He could deceive all of them with just a clone. The sect master of the academy had a dark expression and remained silent. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was stunned on the spot and could not accept this for a moment. Initially, he was looking forward to witnessing Su Zimo's death. To think that Su Zimo would disappear in front of the 6 immortal kings, just like that. He played the 6 immortal kings with just a clone. Where is he? King Yin-Yu looked at the sect master of the academy anxiously and said coldly, "He's only a perfected immortal right now. He can't have escaped far. Everyone calm down. I'm divining it right now." The sect master of the academy said in a deep voice, "Even if he can hide for a moment, he won't be able to escape my calculations." He waved his hands and conjured profound dermic arts, scattering many strange runes in front of him, and divined continuously. His eyes seemed to flash through a vast galaxy, a deep ocean, and a surging mortal world that was mysterious and unfathomable. A moment later, the sect master of the academy's eyes returned to normal, and he let out a deep breath. "How's everything?" King Yunyu, Immortal King Yin-Yang, and the others asked hurriedly. The sect master of the academy had an ugly expression and remained silent. "You couldn't divine it." King Yin-Yu stared at the sect master of the academy and asked doubtfully. The sect master of the academy shook his head slowly. "For some reason, this lad seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog that I can't divine." "I got it." Right then, Elder 8 suddenly said in a deep voice, "I once read about the creation green lotus in an ancient book. It said that after the creation green lotus grows to a high level, it will give birth to some treasures, including a mysterious sutra. It said that this sutra might be from the upper world. It contains the mysteries of the world and the truths of the great Tao. Even the 3 great sword arts are derived from this sutra." The sect master of the academy said that makes sense. After this lad entered the perfected one realm and obtained this sutra, he comprehended something. It was also because of the secret skill of this sutra that he could rely on a clone to hide from our senses. It's also because of this sutra that I can't divine his location. Damn it! King Yin, you could not hold it in any longer and cursed. He had waited for many years. To think that Su Zimo would be able to escape in the end, and his whereabouts were still unknown. King Jin, Immortal King Qingyang, and the others had ashen expressions as well, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The Immortal King experts were gathered here. To think that they would be fooled by the clone of a perfected immortal and obtain nothing in the end. The sect master of the academy closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he said, "It's not like there are no clues." "Oh, spit it out," King Yin-Yu and the others urged. The sect master of the academy said in a deep voice, "According to what I know, this lad did not return to the academy immediately after the 9 firmament meet ended. Instead, he followed Immortal Queen Linglong to the Battle Kingdom. By the time he returned to the academy, his cultivation realm had already reached the perfected one realm. If I'm not wrong, this lad should have broken through in the Battle Kingdom and cultivated the Green Lotus True Body to grade 12. King Yunyu's expression was uncertain as he asked faintly, "In that case, the true body of this lad might still be in the Battle Kingdom." "It's indeed possible." The sect master of the academy nodded slightly. "Even if this lad is not in the Battle Kingdom, the Battle King and Immortal Queen Linglong will definitely know his whereabouts." Immortal King Yin-Yang, Immortal King Qingyang, and the others frowned. Immortal King Yin-Yang frowned. "The Battle Kingdom is far away in the green firmament immortal domain. Furthermore, I heard that the Battle King's injuries have healed and his cultivation has already recovered to its peak. With the help of Immortal Queen Linglong, we might not be able to gain an advantage even if we kill our way to their doorsteps." "Foo-foo," the sect master of the academy sneered. "The Battle King's tricks are enough to fool others, but not me. His injuries have not healed at all, and his previous actions were all just a farce." When they heard that, the eyes of King Yin-Yu immortal King Qingyang and the others lit up. In the Battle Kingdom, only the Battle King was feared by everyone. If the Battle King was injured and only immortal Queen Linglong was left, it would be difficult for her to hold on alone, and she would not be able to stop them at all. Immortal King Qingyang pondered for a moment. We're from the divine firmament immortal domain after all. If we head to the green firmament immortal domain, we'll probably attract the interference of green firmament palace. In the green firmament immortal domain, green firmament palace would usually watch from the sidelines and ignore the fights between the major factions. However, if an external faction started a fight in the green firmament immortal domain and wanted to eliminate its strength, green firmament palace would not sit idly by. Humph. King Jean said in a deep voice, "We have a good reason for heading over this time round. We're trying to hunt down this traitorous disciple. So what if Green Firmament Palace appears? Could Green Firmament Palace publicly protect a traitor who betrayed his master and roots?" Exactly. Elder 8 said, "That's the best reason. This is a rare opportunity and we can't miss it again." King Yinyu said coldly, "I heard that the Battle Kingdom has long been on the verge of collapse from both internal and external troubles. Let's see who dares to stop us from heading over to question them. There's no time to lose. We'll set off immediately." King Jean said in a deep voice. The sect master of the academy said, "Everyone go first. I'll cast another dermic art in Heaven and Earth Palace and try to divine this lad's location. If I discover anything, I'll inform you immediately." King Yinyu and the others exchanged glances and nodded before turning to leave. A strange smile flashed through the sect master of the academy's eyes as he watched everyone leave. Chapter 2690. 2690 Injury Recovery. 2690 Injury Recovery. King Yunyu, King Jean, Immortal King Qingyang, and Immortal King Yanyang had just left Heaven and Earth Palace when King Yunyu paused slightly. "I think it's better if the sect master of the academy comes along with us for this matter." Suddenly, King Yunyu said. King Jin's heart skipped a beat as he nodded slightly. "That's right. After all, our reason will only stand if the sect master of the academy is the one who leads us in hunting down this traitorous disciple of the academy." The two immortal kings exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. When they saw the expressions of the two immortal kings, Immortal King Qingyang and Immortal King Yanyang reacted immediately. The four immortal kings had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and were wily foxes. The reason given by King Jean and King Yin was naturally not the main point. No one knew if the sect master of the academy could divine Su Zimo's location. If the four of them headed to the Battle Kingdom and the sect master of the academy managed to divine Su Zimo's location, wouldn't he be able to monopolize the green lotus flesh if he went to hunt the latter down? When the four immortal kings thought of that, they turned around once more and entered Heaven and Earth Palace. When the sect master of the academy saw the four immortal kings return, he seemed a little stunned and asked, "Fellow Taoists, what's the meaning of this?" King Yinyu was expressionless as he repeated what he had said earlier on. "He's a traitor of the academy after all. It's if you show your face, sect master." The sect master of the academy did not seem to suspect anything and nodded and said, "That makes sense. I should go with you guys." When King Yinyu and the other three saw that the sect master of the academy was so open and did not hesitate at all, the suspicion in their hearts lessened. "You guys can disperse." Before leaving, the sect master of the academy chased Guyu, Mushan, and Sword Immortal Yu Huawei before sealing Heaven and Earth Palace. Heaven and Earth Palace disappeared into the clouds once more. After the sect master of the academy, Elder 8, King Yunyu, and the other three left Heaven and Earth Palace, the six immortal kings tore through the void and headed towards the Battle Kingdom. The Battle Kingdom was in the green firmament immortal domain after all. It was not appropriate for the six immortal kings to lead an army of cultivators to charge over and start a war. that would easily attract the interference of Green Firmament Palace. The 6 of them headed to the Battle Kingdom in the name of hunting down a traitor. They could use civility before resorting to force and take the initiative. After the 6 immortal kings left, peace returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Everything was as usual, and no one knew what had just happened in the depths of the Academy. No one knew that the glorious disciple of the sect master a moment ago had already become a traitor of the Academy. Heaven and Earth Palace that was hidden in the clouds and sealed should have been empty. However, not long after the 6 immortal kings left, 2 divine lights flashed in a dense immortal fog in the depths of Heaven and Earth Palace. A figure stood up slowly with a deep gaze that shone with endless wisdom as he strode out of the immortal fog. Green Firmament, Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom Palace. Lin Zhan's eyes were closed, and his aura was extremely chaotic. He frowned, as though he was in a predicament. Immortal Queen Ling Long guarded quietly at the side and looked at the man not far away with a worried expression. Suddenly, Lin Zhan's body shuddered, and his chaotic aura gradually calmed down as it circled around him. His initially pale face gradually regained its rosy color, and his breathing was long. His condition was getting better. Immortal Queen Linglong was overjoyed to see that. Lin Zhan forcefully descended to the lower worlds and was severely injured by the Heaven and Earth laws. He had never recovered from it ever since. Even after obtaining the 9 Revolutions Yang Reversion Pill and Soraka Fruit, they could only heal a small portion of Lin Zhan's injuries and could not treat him completely. But now, Lin Zhan's condition was getting better and better. If he continued cultivating, there was a chance that he could recover to his peak. A moment later, Lin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. "How's everything?" Immortal Queen Ling Long hurriedly asked. Lin Zhan smiled. The Yin Yang Talisman Sutra is indeed the #1 mystical book of the upper world. I comprehended some insights from it, and even the serious injuries caused by the Heaven and Earth laws have mostly been healed. Injuries caused by the Heaven and Earth laws were the most difficult to heal using external objects. The only possibility of healing those injuries were through comprehending the mysteries of Heaven and Earth's obscurities. Those very mysteries were found in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Lin Zhan lamented. Initially, there's no way I could have comprehended it so quickly. It's because I just watched Zimo's 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation and compared it against the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra that I gained some insights. The birth of the perfected 1 Heavenly Tribulation was a part of the Heaven and Earth laws to begin with. Furthermore, it was the extreme of the perfected 1 Heavenly Tribulation, the 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation. Back then, Thunder Monarch Foam Cantillon watched the martial Tao Prime Body's true martial Heavenly Tribulation and comprehended a dharmic Tao that allowed him to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. This time round, human monarch Lin Zhan gained something from watching the 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation of the Green Lotus True Body and comparing it to the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Lin Zhan sensed carefully and said, "Although I have not recovered to my peak, there shouldn't be an issue for me to go against Supreme Immortal Kings. Even against peak Immortal Kings, I can fight them." Immortal Queen Linglong was also happy to see that Lin Zhan's strength had recovered by more than half. That way, the crisis of the Battle Kingdom could at least be relieved a lot. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Zimo. If not for him, we wouldn't have had the chance to read the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra or even watch the 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation." "That's right," Lin Zhan said. "If I had known earlier, I would have let him stay in the Battle Kingdom. If he really wants to return to Heaven and Earth Academy, I could have accompanied him to meet the legendary sect master of the Academy." "Oh, you." Immortal Queen Ling Long rolled her eyes at Lin Zhan. "The sect master of the Academy is the most mysterious person in the heavenly world. He's not someone that's easy to deal with. Furthermore, your injuries have yet to recover completely. Lin Zhan seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, you previously said that Zimo only returned to Heaven and Earth Academy with his clone. If his clone is exposed, given the sect master of the Academy's ability, will he be able to divine the location of Zimo's true body?" "Don't worry." Immortal Queen Linglong smiled and said, "Don't forget, Zimo has also cultivated the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. He can block the heavenly secrets and break free from the divination of the sect master of the Academy. The reason why his clone can hide from the world and confuse reality is all because he cultivated the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Furthermore, after Zimo left, I even specially cast a dermic art to erase all traces of him. Even if the sect master of the Academy is in control of the complete technique reserve, he won't be able to divine Zimo's true body." Hearing Immortal Queen Linglong's certainty, Lin Zhan was relieved. The upper world is vast and the starry skies are boundless. I wonder where Zimo plans to go from now on. Immortal Queen Linglong's expression changed. "I'm guessing that he would want to head to the great wilderness." "That's right." Lin Zhan's eyes lit up as he nodded and said, "Zimo has a benefactor waiting for him in the great wilderness. Previously, he even asked about Demon Empress Blood Butterfly." Immortal Queen Linglong pursed her lips and smiled. "See, you were even thinking of protecting Zimo. With that person around, once he heads to the great wilderness, who would dare to lay a finger on him? Even the Emperor of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain would have to avoid that person, let alone the sect master of the Academy." Chapter 2691. 2691 Strong Foes. 2691 Strong Foes. Right then, Lin Zhan sensed something and suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. His gaze was cold and seemed to be able to penetrate the endless void, landing on 6 cultivators. The battle intent on his body burst forth. "What happened?" Immortal Queen Linglong stood up and asked. Immortal Queen Linglong was only at the minor Grotto Heaven realm and had yet to sense any danger. After recovering from most of his injuries, Lin Zhan could already sense the presence of King Yunyu and the others. "We have guests," Lin Zhan said word by word and disappeared from the palace in a flash. Immortal Queen Linglong followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived outside Battle Kingdom City. Lin Zhan stood in midair with a lightning gaze. He looked at the void above his head and suddenly shouted, "Come out!" He reached out with his gigantic palm and grabbed towards the void. Bang! Boom! The void collapsed instantly, and a gigantic hole was created by Lin Zhan. 6 figures appeared from within and descended through the pitch-black hole. These 6 were the 6 immortal kings who had just left Heaven and Earth Academy. Sect Master of the Academy, Elder 8, King Yunyu, King Jin, Immortal King Qingyang, and Immortal King Yanyang. Apart from Elder 8, the other 5 were all famous immortal king experts of the heavenly world. They had their own territories and dominated entire regions. When Immortal Queen Linglong saw this, she instantly understood that Su Zimo had already fallen out with Heaven and Earth Academy. Furthermore, his clone was destroyed and the sect master of the Academy obtained nothing. That was the reason why the sect master of the Academy and the others came here menacingly. However, Immortal Queen Linglong did not expect that there would be 6 immortal king experts targeting Su Zimo. Fortunately, Su Zimo broke through to the perfected One realm in the Battle Kingdom and used his clone to return to Heaven and Earth Academy. If he had returned to Heaven and Earth Academy to break through, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was you. When Immortal Queen Linglong saw Elder 8, she recognized him immediately. Back when Su Zimo ascended, the immortal king expert accompanying King Yunyu was this person. Lin Zhan glared at the sect master of the Academy and the others with an unfriendly expression and said coldly, "All of you are experts who dominate a region. What are you here for?" At that moment, King Yin and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Zhan's injuries did not seem to be as serious as the rumors said. It was clear from that attack earlier on. "Brother Lin, your injuries seem to have healed." King Jin probed and suddenly said. Lin Zhan glared at him. "King Jin, how dare you call me that? I haven't settled the score with you for harming my brother. Since you've come to my territory today, don't go back." "Humph." King Jin's expression darkened as well as he said coldly, "Lin Zhan, let's put the grudge between us aside for now. We're here for something else." King Yin said in a deep voice, "Battle King, we're not here to be enemies with you. We're only here to capture a traitor of Heaven and Earth Academy. This person—" "What traitor? What has that got to do with me?" Before King Yin could finish, Lin Zhan sneered and interrupted him. Of course, Lin Zhan knew why this group of people was here. However, he did not intend to give them a chance to speak and said coldly, "King Yin, I'll count you in as well. I haven't settled the score with you for injuring Linglong back then." Immortal Queen Linglong had a grim expression. The battle today was not going to be easy. Among the 6 immortal kings, the sect master of the academy, King Jin, and Immortal King Yang were all peak immortal kings and had perfected grotto heavens. The remaining Elder 8, Immortal King Qingyang and King Yin also had major grotto heavens. However, Lin Zhan's injuries had yet to recover completely. Even if she was included, their chances of winning against so many Immortal King experts were not high. Fight! Against the 6 Immortal King experts, Lin Zhan's fighting spirit surged, and his aura rose continuously. He shouted and attacked first. Suddenly, a bronze halberd appeared in his palm and slashed towards the 6 immortal kings. The halberd slashed down with a torrential aura that enveloped the 6 immortal king experts. Up till now, Lin Zhan had been severely injured and had not fought anyone for too long. Although his injuries had yet to recover fully the moment he attacked, he released all the discontentment he had accumulated over the years and released a shocking might. The sect master of the academy, King Jin, King Yin and the others had grim expressions. The sect master of the academy and Elder 8 retreated immediately. Elder 8 touched his storage bag, and thousands of Grotto Heaven Dermic treasures suddenly appeared beside him in a massive manner. The Dermic treasures of the entire Heaven and Earth Academy were under the control of Elder 8. What Elder 8 did not lack the most were weapons. Swish, swish, swish. Elder 8 controlled many Dermic treasures and surrounded Lin Zhan. King Jin summoned his Destiny Grotto Heaven Dermic treasure, a black two-handed saber that defended against Lin Zhan's bronze halberd. Immortal King Yang did not retreat either. His gaze was like a torch as a gigantic sword burning with raging flames appeared in front of him. It was scarlet red and seemed to have been burned thoroughly red by the flames, flowing with boiling lava. Clang! Clang! The saber, sword, and bronze halberd collided with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. The power of the top Immortal King experts collided and instantly tore through the surrounding void, causing countless cracks to appear. The immense power formed a terrifying airwave that spread rapidly in all directions. Immortal Queen Linglong also joined the battle against the sect master of the academy. She used the 9 palace subtle steps to stall him as much as possible. Among the 6 Immortal King experts, the sect master of the academy was the most mysterious and threatening. If she could delay the sect master of the academy, it would be equivalent to alleviating the immense pressure on Lin Zhan. Boom! 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 Suddenly, powerful auras burst forth from the Battle Kingdom Palace. In the palace, 7 Immortal King experts of the Battle Kingdom appeared and rose into the air, rushing over. King Jin said coldly, "Battle King, if you use the power of the Battle Kingdom, don't blame us for gathering our subordinates and launching a large-scale attack to start a war. You guys can just watch from the side. Lin Zhan did not let the other Immortal King experts of the Battle Kingdom advance. In reality, ever since Lin Zhan was severely injured, most of the Immortal King experts of the Battle Kingdom had left. The remaining 7 Immortal King experts were all minor Grotto Heaven Realm experts. 5 of them were from the lower worlds. It was either because they owed Lin Zhan a favor or because he saved their lives that these Immortal King experts did not abandon him and leave. Even without Lin Zhan stopping them, the Immortal King experts would not be of much use if they swarmed forward. There was a huge difference between minor and major Grotto Heavens. The difference between major and perfected Grotto Heavens was practically worlds apart. If the 7 Immortal King experts joined the battle, there would only be 7 more corpses. Furthermore, it would give King Jin, King Yunyu, and the others a reason to wage war against the Battle Kingdom. Chapter 2692 2692 Master Betrayal Curse 2692 Master Betrayal Curse. The Wither Star. The ancient star was desolate and lifeless. It was extremely far from the heavenly world and had already exceeded the territory of the heavenly world. Standing on the Wither Star, Su Zimo looked in the direction of the heavenly world and could only make out a blurry shadow. He sensed at the moment his primeval body was destroyed. In order to find the mastermind, Su Zimo even abandoned the Pure Jade Manual. Although he suffered considerable losses, it was fortunate that he managed to protect the Green Lotus True Body. He managed to find a path of survival in this game of life and death. There are a total of 6 Immortal King experts, and they were all domineering existences. If he had not obtained the translation of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra from Immortal Queen Linglong and comprehended it, he would definitely not have been able to escape with the help of the Pure Jade Manual. Even Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong could not protect him. At that thought, Su Zimo felt a lingering fear. In reality, the entire process was a game of chess between Immortal Queen Linglong and him against the sect master of the Academy and the other 5 Immortal Kings. It was also thanks to Immortal Queen Linglong that he could edge out this win in the end. Although he was temporarily out of danger, Su Zimo was still puzzled. The entire matter seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog in some details. Logically speaking, the fewer people who knew the secret of the Green Lotus True Body, the better. Back when he ascended, why did the sect master of the Academy send Elder 8 to follow King Yunyu? Could the sect master of the Academy trust Elder 8 absolutely? For the cases of Immortal King Yanyang and Immortal King Qinyang, he was the one who revealed flaws which allowed them to see through his Green Lotus True Body. However, the sect master of the Academy was the one who informed King Jin of this matter. Given the intelligence of the sect master of the Academy, how could he reveal this matter so simply to King Jin and let one more person divide the Green Lotus True Body? Furthermore, after Su Zimo killed Prince Yuanzhua and burned Absolute Thunder City, why did the sect master of the Academy take the initiative to summon King Jin and expose the matter of the Green Lotus True Body? Wasn't that just alerting the enemy? The sect master of the Academy should know that he was acquainted with Immortal Queen Linglong, but he had never stopped him from meeting her. Could it be that the sect master of the Academy had never considered the fact that he would join forces with Immortal Queen Linglong? Or could it be? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. His gaze flickered and his expression darkened. A moment later, Su Zimo suddenly took out the world map of the upper world from his storage bag, prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Right then, a familiar voice sounded not far away. Su Zimo knew who it was without turning back. The void split open and a figure strode out confidently. The person had a deep gaze, a broad forehead, and a faint smile on his face as he looked at Su Zimo calmly. The sect master of the Academy. "You did something to my body." Su Zimo turned around slowly and narrowed his eyes at the sect master of the Academy not far away. He comprehended the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Under normal circumstances, he could already block the heavenly secrets, and even the sect master of the academy could not divine his location. Furthermore, immortal Queen Linglong had erased all traces for him. There was only one possibility why the sect master of the academy could find this place so accurately right away. The sect master of the academy did something to his body. The sect master of the academy smiled. "You're a smart person to be able to figure it out right away." Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and checked himself carefully, but he still could not find any traces. "Good move." Su Zimo glared at the sect master of the academy and spoke with a cold tone. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit and was in a daze. He grunted and his expression changed slightly. "Fufu." The sect master of the academy chuckled and shook his head gently. "My dear disciple, you shouldn't have thought of killing me. It's a huge crime to want to kill your master." Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and looked into his consciousness once more. He saw dark green threads coiling around his green lotus essence spirit. Even though the creation lotus platform spewed out tens of thousands of rays of light, it could not wash away the dark green threads. He was all too familiar with that power. A curse. Su Zimo's expression was terrible. He did not even notice that his essence spirit was cursed. Even the grade 12 creation green lotus could not remove the power of that curse. It was definitely a top-tier curse. "You actually know such a top-tier curse technique." Su Zimo glared at the sect master of the academy and asked coldly, "You're from the which race?" As Su Zimo asked the sect master of the academy to stall for time, he secretly released his dermic Tao. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence spirit chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra repeatedly, wanting to make use of the power of the taboo mystic classic to break free from the entanglement of the curse. Against Su Zimo's question, the sect master of the academy smiled and did not reply. However, a hint of disdain flashed through his brows. "Don't waste your energy." As though he had already seen through Su Zimo's intentions, the sect master of the academy said indifferently, "Even immortal kings and emperors won't be able to break free from my master betrayal curse, let alone you." Master betrayal curse. Su Zimo was shocked. The dermic Tao power contained in the master betrayal curse could not be resisted. Once he had the intention to kill his master, the master betrayal curse would awaken. It was not easy to plant the master betrayal curse. The most important prerequisite was that both parties had to be master and disciple. The sect master of the academy said indifferently, "You chose this path yourself. My master betrayal curse would not have triggered if you were willing to listen to me. Unfortunately, you disregarded the hierarchy and even had the intention to kill your master." Su Zimo said coldly, "We were no longer master and disciple the moment you wanted to kill me." The sect master of the academy smiled faintly. "A master for a day is a father for life. This is the dermic Tao shackle of the master betrayal curse. You can't break free." Su Zimo's killing intent intensified as he looked at the confident and composed sect master of the academy. However, the stronger his killing intent was, the more ferocious the power of the master betrayal curse was. More and more dark green threads appeared on the green lotus essence spirit and coiled up continuously. Su Zimo felt waves of pain in his mind, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. "When did you plant the curse?" Su Zimo endured the pain and asked through gritted teeth. "You can't remember." The sect master of the academy asked instead. Su Zimo recalled the entire process from the moment he entered Heaven and Earth Academy until now. He did not meet the sect master of the academy often and only met him once in Heaven and Earth Palace. However, Su Zimo was already prepared at that time, and the sect master of the academy should not have had the chance to attack. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how he was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master of the academy after condensing the 10th step of the Tao Heart Stairs. At that time, all the elders were present and there were many disciples of the academy. It was impossible for the sect master of the academy to attack in front of everyone. However, the sect master of the academy gave him a gift in acknowledgement of their master and disciple relationship. That teleportation jade badge. Su Zimo said slowly. Chapter 2693. 2693 Mastermind. 2693 Mastermind. That's right. The sect master of the academy nodded slightly with a satisfied expression. If not for the fact that you have the Green Lotus bloodline, you would indeed be a suitable candidate to inherit my legacy. The Master Betrayal Curse was planted on the teleportation Jade Badge. During the Immortal Peach Banquet in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, Su Zimo made use of the teleportation Jade Badge to escape with Tao Yao and return to Heaven and Earth Academy in the midst of chaos. The power of the Master Betrayal Curse latched itself onto Su Zimo at the same time as the teleportation Jade Badge shattered. The sect master of the academy had everything planned out. The teleportation Jade Badge was his last life-saving method. When Su Zimo shattered the teleportation Jade Badge, he would definitely be in a huge life and death crisis. At that juncture, Su Zimo's attention would definitely not be on the teleportation Jade Badge. That was the reason why the Master Betrayal Curse could hide from Su Zimo's senses and be planted on him silently. Therefore, with this curse, you can sense my location? Su Zimo asked. Of course. The sect master of the academy said, You're under my surveillance at all times, apart from the time you headed to Avicii. However, I know that you have the health suppression tripod with you and won't be in any danger even in Greater Avicii. Therefore, you knew long ago that it was not my Green Lotus true body who returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo asked again. At the mention of that, the sect master of the academy smiled in disdain and shook his head. In my eyes, the tricks of you and Linglong are amateur plays. At that moment, Su Zimo had gradually calmed down. Suddenly, he thought of something. King Yunyu and the others saw the destruction of my clone. Now that you're here to hunt me, aren't you afraid that they'll be the ones hunting you right behind? They lack the foresight to be able to hunt me. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. At this moment, they're joining forces to attack the Battle Kingdom and fighting against Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong. They have no time to spare. Su Zimo's expression changed. The reason why he chose to leave the Battle Kingdom was because he did not want to implicate the human monarch and Immortal Queen Linglong unexpectedly. He still implicated the two of them. As though he could tell Su Zimo's worry, the sect master of the academy waved his hand gently. Don't worry, most of Lin Zhan's injuries have suddenly recovered. King Yunyu and the others won't be able to suppress him for the time being. Su Zimo was slightly relieved. However, he could not accept it for the time being. How can King Yunyu and the others be manipulated by you and attack the Battle Kingdom without any doubts? Of course. The sect master of the academy smiled. That's because I'm with them in the Battle Kingdom. Su Zimo was stunned. The sect master of the academy's words seemed to reveal a huge piece of information that Su Zimo could not react to right away. The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo and shook his head gently. You, Immortal Queen Linglong, and King Yunyu's group, all of you think you're playing a game of chess with me. However, in my eyes, none of you are qualified. That's because I was the one who set up the entire chess game from the beginning to the end. All of you are merely my chess pieces. You must have some self-awareness as a chess piece. How can a chess piece go against the mastermind of the game? The sect master of the academy's tone revealed immense confidence. It was a feeling of being in control of the entire situation and being high and mighty. He was indeed capable of this and relished this feeling immensely. He was high and mighty as he looked at the chess game he had set up, smiling knowingly as he looked at his chess pieces execute seemingly exquisite moves. Let's start from the beginning. The sect master of the academy smiled faintly. King Yin, you looked for me and asked me to divine the time and location of your ascension. Thereafter, he intercepted to try and kill you, but immortal Queen Linglong appeared. You've already met immortal Queen Linglong. You should know that she received a letter. Su Zimo nodded. You should be the one who wrote that letter. That's right. The sect master of the academy said, the creation Green Lotus is of great importance and involves ancient Dharmic sutras, such as the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. There aren't many people in the upper world who know the potential of the creation Green Lotus. Immortal Queen Linglong and I are two of them. I naturally won't allow King Yin to refine it into a pill when you've just grown to grade 9. That would be a waste of this divine gift from the heavens. Furthermore, I don't want to share the creation Green Lotus with others either. Su Zimo understood. That was the reason why the sect master of the academy sent a secret letter to immortal Queen Linglong and asked her to take action. The sect master of the academy said, you should have a question in your heart. Why did Elder 8 head over with King Yin to intercept you, right? Su Zimo was silent. That was indeed one of his doubts. Since the sect master of the academy did not want to share the creation Green Lotus with others, why did he send Elder 8 to head over with King Yin? That was unless Elder 8 and the sect master of the academy were. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility that explained many questions lingering in his mind. Elder 8 is your clone. Su Zimo blurted out. You're indeed very smart. The sect master of the academy praised once more and added, to be precise, the real Elder 8 is already dead. The current Elder 8 is my clone. Su Zimo thought of something else. At that time, the Pure Jade Manual had yet to appear, and the Grand Pure Jade Manual was in the hands of Prince Chin Su. However, it was always a secret as to who obtained the Supreme Pure Jade Manual. From the looks of it, the Supreme Pure Jade Manual is in your hands. The sect master of the academy had an approving expression and gestured for Su Zimo to continue. Su Zimo said, after obtaining the Chimin Duanjia legacy of the Technique Reserve and using the clone condensed from the Supreme Pure Jade Manual, you can naturally deceive everyone. Elder 8 is in charge of the Academy's divine weapons, and the clone condensed by the Supreme Pure Jade Manual is called the Spirit Treasure Body. It's the best replacement. Well done. When he heard that, the sect master of the Academy clapped and laughed, praising. As such, another matter was instantly understood. At that time, during the Immortal Sect selection, painting Immortal Mo Qing was entrusted by Elder 8 to arrive in time. Su Zimo was still puzzled as to what role Elder 8 played in this. From the looks of it, the sect master of the academy had only been manipulating everything from the beginning. He made use of his Elder 8 clone to hide himself perfectly. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something else and stared at the sect master of the academy not far away, asking slowly, at the 9 Firmament meet, Chin Su was killed by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, and his Grand Pure Jade Manual fell into the hands of Immortal King Long Night. As for Immortal King Long Night, he tore through the void and was about to escape when he was suddenly assassinated. The Grand Pure Jade Manual disappeared as well. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who assassinated Immortal King Long Night. The Grand Pure Jade Manual should be in your hands now. That's right. The sect master of the academy had a calm expression and had no intention of hiding anything. Everything was within his control, and before long, Su Zimo would be a dead man as well. Chapter 2694. 2694 Sect Master Scheme. 2694 Sect Master Scheme. The sect master of the academy smiled. Initially, I didn't have a good chance of getting my hands on the Grand Pure Jade Manual. However, the appearance of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain caused a huge commotion at the 9 Firmament meet. Alongside the sudden awakening of the builder tree, an opportunity was opened up for me. Su Zimo recalled the situation at the Nine Firmament meet, and it was a complete mess. Almost all the cultivators and Immortal King experts of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss focused their attention on the martial Tao Prime Body and the Builder Tree. That was the reason why the Sect Master of the Academy had an opportunity to take advantage of them. The Sect Master of the Academy scheme was indeed terrifying. Now, the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual had already fallen into his hands. More importantly, the Sect Master of the Academy hid himself almost perfectly and was never exposed. As such, he was never targeted. If anyone knew that the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual was in the hands of the Sect Master of the Academy, even emperors would be tempted. Right now, even King Yinyu and the others merely knew that the Sect Master of the Academy had obtained the Pure Jade Manual. Every single move of the Sect Master of the Academy was extremely careful and could be said to be perfect. Although the Sect Master of the Academy did not say it explicitly, Su Zimo guessed that the reason why the Sect Master of the Academy hid himself and used the identity of Elder 8 to plot everything in secret was probably because he was wary of Dayu. The Sect Master of the Academy definitely knew that King Yinyu's clone was destroyed by Dayu in Tianhuang mainland. He must be worried that he would attract Dayu's revenge, which was why he was so cautious. But now that the Sect Master of the Academy had finally appeared, he was naturally certain that he was in control of the entire situation and had killed all variables. The reason why the Sect Master of the Academy set up such a huge scheme was not only for the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual. Su Zimo knew in his heart that he no longer had a chance in the current situation. It was not only because the difference in strength between the two parties was huge. In front of the Sect Master of the Academy, he felt a sense of helplessness as well. Everything about him was merely a part of the Sect Master of the Academy's calculations. Furthermore, his essence spirit was entangled by the Master Betrayal curse. Even if he was lucky enough to escape, the Sect Master of the Academy would be able to sense his location no matter where he fled. As for the Master Betrayal curse, he could not resolve it at all. This was a dead end. There might be other variables in between, but it was difficult to change the eventual outcome. It was precisely because of this that the Sect Master of the Academy revealed his true appearance and was even willing to reveal all his schemes. Actually, the Immortal Sect selection was planned many years ahead. The Sect Master of the Academy said, "I arranged for Yang Ruoxu to preside over the Immortal Sect selection because I was waiting for you." Su Zimo said, "You know Senior Brother Yang's character and know that he won't submit easily against the might of authority. Therefore, although a series of unforeseen events happened during the Immortal Sect selection, it was all within your expectations." That's right. The Sect Master of the Academy nodded. All of this was arranged to dispel your guard and make you think that joining the Academy was just a coincidence. Su Zimo was silent and felt a chill in his heart. Not only could the Sect Master of the Academy divine the heavenly secrets, his grasp of the human heart was extremely accurate as well. In order to control all the variables of the Immortal Sect selection, not only did he have to know Yang Ruoxu like the back of his hand, he had to understand all the Heaven Immortals who partook in the selection at that time, such as Prince Yuanzhua, Zither Immortal Mengyao, Painting Immortal Emoching, and everyone else. The Sect Master of the Academy understood the reactions, bottom lines, strengths, and choices each of them would make. His mastery of the human heart had already reached a terrifying level. Su Zimo thought of something else and frowned. "Since you wanted to dispel my guard, why did you summon me later on to expose the matter of the Green Lotus true body?" No matter how he looked at it, this matter seemed unnecessary and might even alert the enemy. Haha. When the Sect Master of the Academy mentioned that, he burst into laughter. "Haven't you figured it out yet? At that time, my intention was to alert the enemy. I was reminding you to make preparations for your escape." Su Zimo was shocked. The sect master of the academy continued. Of course, I didn't intend to alarm you in the beginning when you joined the academy. However, you were too outstanding and obtained rank one of the earth and heaven ranking in succession. I couldn't suppress the attention even if I wanted to. Even if I sealed the news of you, condensing the 10th step of the Tao Heart Stairs, it would still be noticed by those with sharp senses, and they would naturally pay attention to you. Thereafter, King Yunyu, Immortal King Yanyang, and Immortal King Qingyang discovered your green lotus bloodline one after another. Naturally, they came to demand a share of the loot. When King Jin came looking for me, I took advantage of the situation and did not hide this matter. Since they wanted to join the game, I let them in. However, they're far from capable enough to take advantage of me. Su Zimo was enlightened and finally understood the sect master of the academy's plan. Right from the beginning, the sect master of the academy had no intention of sharing his green lotus true body with others. However, because the green lotus true body was exposed, the sect master of the academy changed his plan and allowed King Yunyu and the others to join the game before exposing Su Zimo's green lotus true body. The sect master of the academy had never stopped him from participating in the 9 firmament meet or from meeting immortal Queen Linglong. That was because all of this was the intention of the sect master of the academy to begin with. The sect master of the academy wanted Su Zimo and immortal Queen Linglong to join forces and use the Pure Jade Manual to create this decoy plan in order to escape the surveillance of King Yunyu and the others. With the guidance of the Master Betrayal Curse, the sect master of the academy could look for him at any moment. However, King Yunyu and the others would not be able to obtain a single drop of the Green Lotus bloodline. The scene in Heaven and Earth Palace was within the expectations of the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy had only been putting on an act with him the entire time. Thereafter, the sect master of the academy made use of his clone to divert attention and charged into the battle kingdom with King Yunyu and the others to get entangled with Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong. As for him, he sought Su Zimo on the Wither Star using his true body. This plan not only schemed against King Yunyu and the other 3 immortal kings, but it even implicated Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Linglong. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of an even more terrifying guess. The reason why the sect master of the academy plotted such a chess game might not only be for the 3 pure ones' Jade Manual and his green lotus true body. Fu. The sect master of the academy's eyes were deep and shone brightly, as though he had already seen through the thought that flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He chuckled and asked leisurely, "From your expression, you've already guessed it?" "Yua." Su Zimo clenched his fists with a cold expression. "That's right." The sect master of the academy nodded slightly. "Since immortal Queen Linglong wants to join the game, I naturally won't let her leave so easily." Indeed. Su Zimo's heart sank. There was another legacy in the taboo mystic classic of the technique reserve, the 6 Rin divine calculation. The sect master of the academy wanted to obtain that from immortal Queen Linglong. If the sect master of the academy obtained the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and the 6 Rin divine calculation, it would be equivalent to mastering the complete technique reserve. Su Zimo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Battle King and immortal Queen Linglong are both in the Battle Kingdom. The Battle King's injuries have mostly recovered as well. It won't be that easy for you to snatch the 6 Rin divine calculation." "Not necessarily," the sect master of the academy said with a fake smile. "I have you as bait." Su Zimo shuddered. Chapter 2695 2695 Flawless Calculations. 2695 Flawless Calculations. The sect master of the academy smiled. "When the time is right, I'll reveal a flaw. Given Linglong's meticulousness, she'll definitely sense it. Believe me, she'll chase after us. At that time, Lin Zhan would still be entangled with King Yunyu and the others. Who can save her?" Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the smiling sect master of the academy. just as the sect master of the academy said at the beginning. All of them were chess pieces. The sect master of the academy was the mastermind of the chess game. As chess pieces, how could they fight against the mastermind? He was a chess piece, so were King Yinyu, immortal King Qingyang, and the others. Even immortal Queen Linglong was not spared. According to the sect master of the academy's plan, not only would the sect master of the academy obtain the grade 12 creation Green Lotus when the chess game ended, he would also obtain 2 complete taboo mystic classic. The 3 pure ones, Jade Manual and Technique Reserve. One could become a powerful emperor with just a single taboo mystic classic. In fact, they even had a chance of becoming a great emperor. How far could the sect master of the academy go in future with 2 complete taboo mystic classics in his hands? What truly terrified Su Zimo was not only the strength of the sect master of the academy, but his flawless calculations. He could set up a chess game and involve everyone, allowing them to be at his mercy. He could even calculate all the variables. Even if Su Zimo died on the Wither Star today, no one would know. Others would only think that he had already betrayed Heaven and Earth Academy and hidden himself, his whereabouts unknown. The sect master of the academy would become the greatest winner in the dark without attracting anyone's attention. It was just like how he obtained the Supreme Pure Jade Manual back then. No one even knew that the Supreme Pure Jade Manual was in his hands. Is there even anything that you can't divine? Su Zimo asked coldly. Nothing. The sect master of the academy said confidently, everything is within my calculations. But yes, suddenly he thought of something and paused for a moment. To be precise, there's indeed a person whom I can involve in my calculations. I'm still puzzled even now. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, what's his relationship with you? The sect master of the academy glared at Su Zimo and asked. The combat strength of the Martial Dao Prime Body was way too strong. Back at the 9 Firmament Meet, he could even suppress Supreme Immortal Kings. The existence of the Martial Dao Prime Body was a variable, and the sect master of the academy could not divine any traces of him. No matter how much the sect master of the academy racked his brains, he could not guess that the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body were the same person. The reason why Yinju could discover the relationship between the two was because there were openings revealed between the 2 true bodies in Greater Avicii. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the sect master of the academy's question. Prior to this, he was a little suffocated by the mental prowess displayed by the sect master of the academy. So, there are still things you can't divine. Su Zimo sneered. The Martial Dao Prime Body was his greatest secret, and he would naturally not tell it to the sect master of the academy. However, Su Zimo was worried about something else. The Martial Dao Prime Body had fallen into the well beneath Greater Avicii, and his fate was unknown. Right now, he could not sense the Martial Dao Prime Body. Against Su Zimo's mockery, the sect master of the academy was neither angry nor annoyed. With an indifferent expression, he said, "It's fine. I'll naturally obtain information about him from your essence spirit. What's so special about a mere desolate marshal of the Fiend Domain?" The sect master of the academy said proudly, "Other than him, everyone else is within my calculations." Pausing for a moment, the sect master of the academy glanced at the void at the side and said indifferently, after listening for so long, "It's time for you to appear." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. There was someone else besides the 2 of them. Just as Su Zimo was puzzled, the void not far away from the 2 of them suddenly split open, and a figure walked out. Old Xian. Su Zimo exclaimed when he saw that person. The gray-robed old man was Old Xian of Heaven and Earth Academy. Divining the heavenly secrets, divining fate, divining the human heart, and divining karma. Old Xian was expressionless as he nodded and said, "Flawless calculations. You're truly worthy of those words. You flatter me. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. Suddenly, old Xian sighed. In that case, my appearance was also within your calculations. Of course. The sect master of the academy smiled. You should have known long ago. Old Xian nodded. Back when Su Zimo was about to head to Avicii, you did a divination in front of me, and it was an ominous outcome. I headed to Avicii because I was worried about this child's safety. To think that I would encounter an old monk tomb keeper on Great Tai Wei Mountain and be severely injured by him. Old monk tomb keeper. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The old monk that old Xian mentioned should be the same tomb keeper he knew. To think that when old Xian followed him to Avicii, he was severely injured by the old monk on the way. Old Xian said, From the looks of it, you were the one who deliberately divined an ominous outcome and hinted for me to head to Great Tai Wei Mountain. You knew long ago that there was a terrifying expert on Great Tai Wei Mountain. The sect master of the academy smiled. I didn't expect you to return alive from that person's hands. Actually, the ominous outcome of my divination was for you. Su Zimo listened attentively at the side. This was the first time he had heard of this. Furthermore, from the sect master of the academy's words, it seemed like he knew the background of the old monk. In the beginning, Su Zimo did have his suspicions of old Xian. From the looks of it, old Xian truly wanted to protect him in Heaven and Earth Academy. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by the sect master of the academy and was severely injured. Old Xian shook his head gently. That person only took a glance at me, and my grotto heaven shattered. Indeed, if he wanted to kill me, I would have had no way of escaping. Old Xian looked at the sect master of the academy with a conflicted expression. Actually, when Su Zimo condensed the 10th step of the Dao Heart Stairs and you appeared to take him in as your personal disciple, I sensed something amiss. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. That's why you fought with me and were unwilling to let Su Zimo become my disciple immediately. That's right, Old Xian said. At that time, you took a step back and accepted him as an in-name disciple first. He could make his actual decision after he cultivated to the perfected One Realm. To think that you managed to tamper with that teleportation jade badge. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. To think that the game between Old Xian and the sect master of the academy had long begun. Furthermore, Old Xian's appearance at this moment was within the expectations of the sect master of the academy. Old Xian was implicated in this chess game as well. The scheme of the sect master of the academy might not only be limited to the Green Lotus True Body, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual, and the Technique Reserve. He wanted even more. It's time to stop. Old Xian looked at the sect master of the academy and sighed again. The sect master of the academy was expressionless and gradually retracted his smile. You think you can stop me? The sect master of the academy asked instead. Chapter 2696, 2696 Ambitions. 2696 ambitions. Old Xian had a grim expression as he asked, What exactly do you want? Don't you think that this is enough? Of course not. The sect master of the academy said, I'll get Heaven and Earth Academy to replace Divine Firmament Palace and unify the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. In the future, I'll even unify the 9 Firmament. When Old Xian heard that, he had a calm expression, as though he was not surprised. Even if you unify the 9 Firmament, I'm afraid you won't stop. You'll definitely find an opportunity to flatten the pure land of bliss and fiend domain and let the heavenly world be under your control. Old Xian looked at the sect master of the academy and sighed gently. How ambitious! Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Although Heaven and Earth Academy was a heaven-grade faction, there were many heaven-grade factions in the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Heaven and Earth Academy was nothing. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Heaven and Earth Academy to replace Divine Firmament Palace. let alone unify the heavenly world. What's wrong? The sect master of the academy said, there's a high chance that chaos will descend in this generation. Only by unifying the heavenly world can we survive the chaos. That's just an excuse. Old Xian shook his head. You just want to take advantage of the chaos in the world to become the master of the heavenly world. That chaos. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Was the chaos that swept through the trichiliocosm mentioned by the sect master of the academy the same one that Book Immortal Yin Zhu had once mentioned to him? There was a high chance that this chaos involved a terrifying existence that spanned 10 eras, the Fiend Lord. Old Xian continued, your ambitions might not be able to be satisfied even if you're the master of the heavenly world. If there's a chance, you might even want to become the master of 10 or 100 worlds. The sect master of the academy smiled indifferently and did not refute, as though he was in silent agreement. Old Xian sighed. Master knows your capabilities well, and that's why he praised you as the one with flawless calculations. However, he also knows that you're too ambitious. Don't mention that old thing in front of me. Suddenly, the sect master of the academy interrupted Old Xian and frowned slightly, shouting with a hint of impatience. Su Zimo was surprised. The sect master of the academy had always been emotionally stable and filled with wisdom, as though he could see through everything in the world and was omnipotent. At that moment, the sect master of the academy actually lost his composure and was extremely disrespectful towards the master of him and Old Xian. Old Xian said, you shouldn't be like that. He's not only our master, but also your father. Father? The sect master of the academy sneered, is he worthy? Su Zimo was even more puzzled. The sect master of the academy seemed to have a huge grudge against his master and father. Old Xian said, your mother was in the witch world at that time. In that situation, it was already Master's limit to save you. There was nothing Master could do about your mother's death. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. He had just guessed that the sect master of the academy might be a member of the witch race. From the looks of it, he was only half right. To be precise, the sect master of the academy had a portion of the witch race's bloodline flowing through his body. And why did he save me? So that he could monitor me at all times? The sect master of the academy's tone was cold as he said slowly, that old thing has never treated me as his own. He has always treated me as someone from a foreign race and has always been wary of me. What are you talking about? Old Xian had a conflicted expression as he said in a deep voice, Master has never married in his life and you're his only child. Why would he view you as someone from a foreign race? If he saw you as someone from a foreign race, why would he impart the Tao and even handed the position of the sect master of the academy to you? Fufufu. When he heard that, the sect master of the academy's expression darkened and he let out a deep laughter that sounded hair-raising. The sect master of the academy said, he passed the position of sect master to me, but he was worried. That's why he arranged for you to monitor me. He has always believed that those who are not of our race must have ulterior motives. Even after his death, he wanted you to keep an eye on me. Old Xian said expressionlessly, ever since Heaven and Earth Academy was established, there has always been the position of an Elder 10 in the dark. The greatest use of Elder 10 is to hide himself. If the Academy meets with destruction, Elder 10 can escape alone and pass down the legacy of the Academy. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. If he was not wrong, Old Xian was Elder 10. The role of Elder 10 was to ensure that the legacy of the Academy would not end and would survive. Apart from the position of sect master of the Academy, no one knew the identity of Elder 10. Even if there was a rebellion in the Academy or it was met with a catastrophe, Elder 10 could hide and plan a comeback. Although the identity of Elder 10 was a secret, his status in the Academy was not inferior to the sect master of the Academy. That was the reason why Old Xian could speak to the sect master of the Academy in that tone when they were in front of the Tao Heart stairs. Fufu. The sect master of the academy smiled. Before you, Elder 10 was indeed only in charge of passing down the academy's legacy. However, apart from the academy's legacy, the most important reason why that old thing made you Elder 10 was to monitor me and keep me in check. Old Xian fell silent, as though he was in agreement with what the sect master of the academy said. A moment later, Old Xian said, Master did remind me, but it's not because you're from another race. Master was just worried that your ambitions would be too great and bring a calamity to the academy. With me around, Heaven and Earth Academy can reach a height that has never been reached before. The sect master of the academy said slowly, I'm the only one who can lead Heaven and Earth Academy to become the only overlord of the heavenly world. Old Xian sighed. However, Heaven and Earth Academy has changed completely over the years. The disciples of the academy are fighting openly and covertly, yet you ignored them and even pushed them in secret, causing the academy to be filled with factions. What benefits will that bring to the academy? You once explained that such fights would allow the disciples of the academy to grow faster. However, you and I know very well that this is not your goal at all. The reason why you're letting the disciples fight is because you're nurturing them the same way you create goo. Even if such people grow, their personalities would be completely distorted. The sect master of the academy did not refute that. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. That's only one of the reasons. My status in the academy will only be unshakable if these people at the bottom fight against each other. That's power. That's the human heart. Right now, the 9 great elders of the academy have already submitted to me. Do you think you can restrain me? The reason why I included you in this chess game is to get rid of you. Initially, on account of us being fellow disciples, I had no intention of attacking personally. However, since you managed to escape on Great Taiwei Mountain, I'll send you on your way personally today. Old Xian had a grim expression. He knew in his heart that there would definitely be a fatal outcome between the two of them today. This has nothing to do with him. Release his master betrayal curse and let him off. Old Xian glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and said in a deep voice, Chapter 2697, 2697-9, Duns of Chimin. 2697-9, Duns of Chimin. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. His green lotus flesh is the most important thing in my chess game. How can I let him go? He glanced at Su Zimo. As far as I know, this ancient star is called the Wither Star. Su Zimo, this is your fate. Your grade 12 creation green lotus body is destined to wither here. Die. When he heard the sect master of the academy's words, Su Zimo lowered his gaze, and a hint of madness flashed through his eyes as he growled. Suddenly, he tore apart a talisman in his hand and struck towards the sect master of the academy not far away. He had never given up. Even if there was no hope or chance, he would not surrender. Earlier on, Su Zimo was not idle during the conversation between the sect master of the academy and Old Xian. He tried his best to restrain his hostility and killing intent towards the sect master of the academy. In his consciousness, the creation lotus platform spewed out green light. At the same time, the number 1 spirit refinement taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was circulating continuously. In his consciousness, phantoms of Buddhas appeared and pressed their palms together, chanting the divine Sanskrit continuously to defend against the power of the master betrayal curse. However, no matter how he channeled, the dark green threads on the green lotus essence spirit did not decrease. Of course, as he retracted his hostility and killing intent, the dark green threads did not increase as well. Just as the sect master of the academy had said, Su Zimo could not remove the master betrayal curse with his strength alone. However, after the green lotus true body transformed to grade 12, the green light spewing out of the creation lotus platform became purer, and its power increased greatly. With the augmentation of the green light and the divine Sanskrit, the green lotus essence spirit managed to catch a break. As long as there was a chance, it was enough. Su Zimo was long prepared to fight to the death. In the secret ground of the Pure Jade Manual, he once obtained a talisman that targeted the essence spirit and could kill immortal kings. The Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman. Given Su Zimo's essence spirit, even if he could release the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman, it would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, once he attacked the sect master of the Academy, the power of the Master Betrayal Curse would be completely released, and at its peak, it would be enough to kill him. His fate was already decided. What Su Zimo wanted to do was to kill the sect master of the Academy before he died. Just now, the sect master of the Academy had revealed that immortal Queen Linglong might be lured over by him. Su Zimo did not want immortal Queen Linglong to be in danger. He could only attack the sect master of the Academy before she arrived. This was Su Zimo's all-out attack, using his life like a moth flying into a flame. "Zimo!" Old Xian exclaimed. He also knew that Su Zimo was under the Master Betrayal Curse. Once he attacked the sect master of the Academy, Su Zimo would definitely die. Fufu. The sect master of the Academy chuckled indifferently. He would not be affected much if Su Zimo's essence spirit was destroyed by the Master Betrayal Curse. He wanted the flesh of Su Zimo's grade 12 creation Green Lotus. The unfortunate thing was that he would not be able to obtain any information about Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain from Su Zimo's essence spirit. The Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman shattered, and a purple light flashed before disappearing. The next moment, the purple light appeared in the consciousness of the sect master of the Academy. Fufu. The sect master of the Academy chuckled indifferently. Naturally, the sect master of the Academy could tell the origin of the talisman. This was a talisman that targeted the essence spirit. Not only could it kill immortal kings, it might even severely injure emperors. He did not know why Su Zimo had the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman. However, this was merely a single variable. Such variables were completely within his expectations. Suddenly, a scarlet jade manual appeared in the consciousness and essence, spirit of the sect master of the Academy. The Grand Pure Jade Manual. In the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual, the Pure Jade Manual refined one's body, while the Grand Pure Jade Manual refined the essence spirit. At that moment, the Grand Pure Jade Manual floated above the essence spirit of the sect master of the Academy and unfolded rapidly. Every word on the Jade Manual emitted a resplendent divine light that resisted the descending purple light. The essence spirits fought silently. The Grand Pure Jade Manual was not only a secret skill sutra, it was also a defensive dharmic treasure for the essence spirit. The sect master of the Academy used the Grand Pure Jade Manual to almost perfectly defend against the power of the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman. "Is that all you've got?" The sect master of the Academy looked at Su Zimo and asked with a fake smile. When he saw that the sect master of the Academy was unscathed and the smile on his face did not even disappear, Su Zimo's face turned pale and he was disheartened. Even the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman could not injure the sect master of the Academy. Su Zimo's essence spirit was already on the verge of collapse after he released the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman. If not for the green light spewing out from the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, it would have long collapsed. Furthermore, the power of the Master Betrayal Curse had completely erupted and seeped into the Green Lotus essence spirit. Su Zimo's life force was decreasing continuously. If it was a body with an ordinary bloodline, he would have died the moment the Grand Pure Purple Cloud Talisman was released. Su Zimo could only barely hang on thanks to the powerful vitality of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. However, he could not hold on for long either. At the same time, old Xian attacked. "Senior brother, look who this is." Suddenly, Old Xian took out a painting from his storage bag and tore it apart, shouting. After the painting was torn apart, an old man suddenly materialized. His grayish-white hair was combed neatly, and his eyes were as bright as the stars, exuding an endless might between his brows. When he saw the old man, the sect master of the academy was slightly stunned. "Unfilial son, why aren't you turning back?" The gray-haired old man glared at the sect master of the academy not far away and hollered. The sect master of the academy snapped out of his stupor before long and said slowly, "Old thing, is this the method you left for senior brother to keep me in check? This is just a painting with Dermic Tao condensed. In fact, even if you revive right now, I can destroy you today. 9 duns of Chimin." The sect master of the academy hollered, "Heaven done." As soon as he said that, a huge power suddenly surged into the sect master of the academy's body from the sky. It was as though that secret skill could draw power from the skies. "Earth done." The sect master of the academy spoke again. A blinding light burst forth from beneath his feet and enveloped him. His aura increased once more and rose rapidly. "Human done. Wind done. Cloud done. Dragon done. Tiger done. God done. Ghost done." The sect master of the academy released 9 secret skills in succession. The aura on his body became extremely complicated. Su Zimo could clearly sense that with the wind done, the sect master of the academy's movement technique improved exponentially, and he became more agile, like the wind. When the wind done was released, his figure was like a cloud that could change at will and was erratic. The dragon done secret skill caused the aura of the dragon race to surge from the sect master of the academy. In fact, a resounding dragon roar burst forth from his mouth. With the god done, the sect master of the academy's body shone with a bedazzling golden light. The final ghost done made the sect master of the academy look even more sinister, and ghostly phantoms appeared with his movements.